Tim and the Chipmunks.
Weekdays at 2:30 on Fox 24.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles will return after these messages.
Yes! I'm the Nintendo King! Ha! I'm the Nintendo Queen.
Now inside specially marked bags of Chips Ahoy and Oreo cookies, there's a game card and a chance to win one of 10 trips to watch the Nintendo World Championships.
Game cards? They were just here.
To see if you win a free trip, simply scratch the game card. Or for a free card, write Game Card Request, Box 9066, Clinton, Iowa 52736.
I wonder what happened to those game cards.
More cookies, sir?
What's hot? Hot Wheels. What's cool? Speed, and more speed. Hot Wheels, super fast color change. Super fast cars. Super cool colors. Hot Wheels, lightning fast loops. Race to the finish. Hot Wheels, custom built for speed. Now you can find out what fast really feels like. So hot, so cool. Hot Wheels color racers and super changers cars, double barrel stunt set and tracking sold separately. Batteries not included.
Chuck E. Cheese, I can zoom to Mars, I can toss the ball. I can be a star, I can fly through the air, I can hit, I can throw, and there's no other place I'd rather go. And no matter how it seems, it's more than a dream. Chuck E. Cheese, where a kid can be a kid.
More Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Wait, we better taste it.
It is cinnamony and sweet.
Crunchy, too.
That means it's Cinnamunchy Crunchy.
Do something, they're eating all the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Look, smoke!
Smoke? Oh. You just wanted that taste of real cinnamon toast.
With a crunch. It's part of this complete breakfast.
Hey, everybody goes for the Cinnamunchy Crunchy taste.
Of Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
You know it's March, but do you know what else it is? National Nutrition Month. This month, make a big effort to eat less junk food and more healthy snacks. Don't pig out on chips and candy. Munch on fresh fruit and vegetables, cereal and crackers, popcorn and yogurt. Eat healthy and feel terrific.
Come on, Kid Bid.
They're teenagers. They're ninjas. They're green.
We're dealing with a real mind here.
Now they're taking Burger King by storm. You can get one of your favorite heroes on a half shell every time you buy a Kids Club meal. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle badges. For a limited time. Only at Burger King.
Cowabunga, dudes. Captain Crunch cereals. Straight ahead.
Something is up, and it looks like...
The doggies!
Let's take off with that tasty sweet crunch.
Captain Crunch, they've pitched breakfast.
Those soggies are out of line. Good thing I'm not. What goes up must come down.
Yay!
Captain Crunch cereal is a tasty part of a complete breakfast.
Phooey, flies for the birds. There's a new girl in town, and she's making waves. Her name is Maxie, and her show is Maxie's World. Get ready to meet all her new friends, and her old friends, too, like Miss Mischief herself, Punky Brewster, and those smooth dudes and dudettes, the Beverly Hills Teens, with plenty of action and laughter to the max, and a little romance, too. There's always something happening in Maxie's World.
Weekdays at 8:30 a.m. on Fox 24.
It looks like the coast is clear. Uh-oh, popsicles. Yikes. Popsicles. Wow, that thing, wait, who heals it? No, I promise I'll never chase another car again.
Hey, fellas, you gotta get up pretty early in the morning to put one over on Fred's Sea Dog.
AFX popsicles. They don't cost much, and they're hours of fun.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, please, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head, but we're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl, like going
that is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have some Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Oh my goodness. Wow. Pretty eventful week, huh? Whew. And one coming up. Most definitely coming up. I already have it set tomorrow. So I'll be streaming the Karen Reed hearing and see where we're at, because we're all just what's going on? And I don't mean that in the sense of being scared. I mean just like at the edge of our seats, wanting to know what's happening with this case already. It's fascinating that it's fascinating where we're at right now. I've never seen anything like this. I you want to know how you know that I am totally just, besides all of the live streams that I do, like how you know that I am totally just shocked by everything that I'm seeing on a constant basis when it comes to this case. So I think it was Friday night. I jumped on a panel. You guys know Deet's on the streets, and she has a wrench here. And I was on panel with her, Gavel Geeks, and Tracy Ann Chasing Truth. And yeah, there were some things that they were not aware of yet. I actually learned of the case from them. They were like, yo, you need to look at this because it's insane. And so I did. And you guys know I did this all in, live. But talking to them, there were a couple things that they were not privy to as far as certain updates. And I think that live stream was like 11 hours, but I was only on there for maybe about 6. But I mean, I was on there for like 6 hours, dude, explaining stuff about Turtle Boy, explaining stuff about how Turtle Boy's case is connected to this, explaining explaining the talking about the documents, the motion to dismiss and disqualify filed by Yannetti and Jackson, talking about some of the opposition. We're actually going to go through some more of that opposition. I started to go over one of those opposition documents, the one that's like 49 pages. I have not gone over the whole thing yet, but I'm going to go over at least a good deal of it today, because I want us to have a better understanding. Those of us who are laymen, who are not attorneys, and who are not former law enforcement or experienced investigators, those of us who are not even journalists. So we're going to go over some of this stuff and try to understand it a little bit better. It's pretty self-explanatory. And I think Melanie Little did a pretty good job of explaining this stuff last night. And of course, we cannot overlook the fact that Turtle Boy did his very first live stream since he got out. So we got to welcome Turtle Boy back. It's good to have him back. It's good to see him in good spirits. And it was interesting to hear his side of things, in case you're like me and you don't read all of his blogs. So it was interesting to hear him explain a lot of it. And I see a lot of familiar folks in here. I see Dana. What's up? Tom CPU, Paul Cristoforo, Tracy. I see all of the key people that I admire the most as far as the Canton residents go. So it's great to see you guys. And They do have a I'm confused now because I don't remember the date because Paul got confused about the date, but I posted it in Twitter. The the rally that they're going to have outside of Michael Morrissey's office, the district attorney of Norfolk County in Massachusetts. Nancy, welcome to Logic. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. So Thursday, thank you, Paul. Thursday will be the protest outside of Michael Morrissey's office. So if you're local there, make sure to check that out. Make sure to support, even if it means just driving by and honking your horn, waving an American flag. That'll be fantastic as well. I'm not with it today, buddy. Come on, man. I got a lot to read, and I can't have you tearing up the whole place while I'm trying to do that, my man. Okay? Please. Thank you. So yeah. Oh man, I'm finding it really funny because the more things that come out, you can tell that the language in the tweets coming from people who believe Karen Reed to be guilty, or at least want to promote Karen Reed to be guilty for whatever reason, they're becoming less and less rational. I find that quite humorous. Clubber, please don't do that. Come here. Come here. Come here. Clubber, stop. But what that should tell you is that they are slowly starting to believe the truth. The confirmation bias is not becoming bright enough. It's not remaining bright enough and blinding enough to them. It's dimming. So it's fascinating to me to watch that happen. I mean, it is, because Plevin's argument is constantly, well, we don't have the evidence yet and blah, blah, blah. I think it's pretty obvious considering the opposition's motions. And again, I still have to go through the rest of it, but the opposition's motions to being disqualified, the most damning thing that they have, people are freaking out about it. I remember even Tracy Ann, when I was on panel on Dietz's channel, she was like, ooh, I don't know, because they found fragments of the taillight in John O'Keefe's clothes. And my only response could only be, well, what do you mean? The clothes that we saw pictures of laying on the floor in the hospital, we have no idea what the chain of custody was as far as that evidence goes. We have no idea what happened to those clothes, who handled those clothes, what circumstances those clothes were subjected to before they found pieces of taillight in his clothes, which is fascinating to me again. Bro. Okay. And the clothes were not put into evidence until weeks later. Thank you, Suzanne. So, I mean, like, give me a break. Like, the most damning piece of evidence that the most damning piece of evidence, which isn't damning at all, already has. I'm poking holes through it, and I'm not even a lawyer, and I'm poking holes through it. It's the easiest thing to do. The whole point here is that this should not be going to trial. There's no reason why this should be going to trial, considering all of the lack of credible evidence that's in this case, considering that Michael Morrissey sat up there and put out a prepared statement to the public, like a 5-minute statement, a 5 to 6 minute statement to the public, lying, and with conviction, talking about this needs to stop with my big gravy drunk bloated ass. I mean, this dude is everybody that seems to be so hell-bent on Karen Reed being locked up over this is all, they're all showing the most nefarious behavior. And one might argue, okay, well, what about Turtle Boy's behavior? What do you mean, what about Turtle Boy's behavior? And what about it? Turtle Boy, as of last night, claims that he has proof that he was absolutely set up. That after the hearing, which the bail restrictions were lifted, that she was on the phone in the bathroom on a 3-way call with, or no, not on a 3-way call, but she was on a call with Mello and Tully, or spoke with Mello and Tully. The 3-way call, I think he was talking about that a babysitter had overheard her, whatever her name is, and I don't care. Please don't put it in the chat. That she was on a 3-way call with Jennifer McCabe and Kate Peters, which, I mean, tell me that's not shady as hell. Now, the thing is and some of you may not like it, but the charges for the oh wait 1 second. Grandmaster Sid Sophos, thank you so much. Big ups to Glare and my naughty boy Clubber. Will, how is our panda girl? She's great. She's good. She likes to hang out by herself these days. That's just all that is. Oh my god, Clubber, you're killing me, dude. Give me 1 second, buddy. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, so the wiretapping charges, okay? The wiretapping charge, I believe is has something to do with whether or not the recording that we heard was under what was with her consent. And at the beginning of the recording that Turtle Boy had posted, he says, you know, I'm still recording this. She says, I know. Kate Peters put out a video stating that he didn't know, which I found interesting. I'm going to get into all of that eventually. But the problem is how credible is Kate Peters? That's the issue. But we'll discuss all of that stuff moving forward. We'll probably hang out here for a little while here. So, yeah, good point, Max. Self-defense wiretapping. Right. But apparently it's a two-party state, I think. Massachusetts, meaning that you have to have the person's consent if you're going to record them, that it is illegal to record them without their consent, which I find interesting, considering a lot of other facts that we know about Turtle Boy's situation. Yeah, I like I said, I'm going to explore that stuff. I'm going to explore that stuff, but you guys are just going to have to bear with me for a little bit here. No, I know, Scott McGinnis. I know what you're talking about, buddy. That's a great question. How would Kate Peters actually get the original recording? Now, according to her video, she states, well, he put it out there, or he didn't put it out there, but he gave it to certain friends of his, and then she got a hold of it. That he shared it with certain people, and then I guess they betrayed him in some way, and then she got a hold of it. But you know, I mean, how believable is that? But again, we'll talk about that stuff. But let's talk about real quick. Let's talk about hold on here. Now, I took a screenshot of this. And it was just really funny because you've got your boy Plevin here. Let's take a look at the one I screenshotted on Twitter. And make sure to follow me on Twitter if you're not already. I mean, I don't post that much, honestly, but there's stuff I look at and I'm just like, for real? So, so Plevin posts, and I think, and I said the brightest bulb in the dark home that is the house of Karen Reed is guilty. And the thing is I do think that Plevin is the smartest out of anybody that I've talked to, which isn't really saying that much, because he just seems to like to just straight up ignore in like evidence. And then go, we don't have any evidence. Like, dude, yeah, we do, bro. Yes, we do. I find it fascinating that the defense is presenting all the evidence and the prosecution hasn't presented any. So Plevin's like, seriously, you need to up your IQ. The state had no reason to test arm issue. So first off, Mr. Kind to everybody, you know, when he's on YouTube and he's on his YouTube channel, which we'll go over some of that stuff too, because it's fun. So it's fascinating because he's so yeah, thank you, Team Brittany. Seriously, you need to up your IQ. Mr. Compassionate, Mr. Let's treat everybody with respect, Mr. You know, these people are so vile who support Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. The state had no reason to test arm tissue. Okay. Now there's a lot packed into that sentence. The state had no reason to test arm tissue. They could not have anticipated a wild defense theory about a dog attack since the data was clear. John never went inside the house, and now it's impossible. Why cling to this? So weird. Why are you so worried about it? Because the thing is it really doesn't matter at this point. It really doesn't. I mean, oh no, what?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Have I tried filling up the Kong toy with peanut butter and freezing it for Clever? Yes, I have. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. He will chew up anything as long as it's not something he's supposed to chew up. So thanks for today. I do look forward to your lives, but also agree with Cherry. I don't know what Cherry said because I usually don't pay any attention to her because nobody really does. So I'm just kidding, Cherry. So Plevin says here, they could not have anticipated a wild defense theory about a dog attack. So based on his logic, the medical examiner would only test for DNA or test arm tissue at all if a wild theory came about that needed to be disproven, because that's how investigations are done. And it's really funny because I'm really grateful that there was a lot of people that commented. A lot of people commented on his comment who basically were all saying the same thing. Like, really, bro? Like you're sitting here and you honestly think that the only reason that they would ever test the wounds on a deceased person, much less a police officer, okay? The only reason they would ever test them is if they had probable cause to test the wounds? No. When you have a dead Boston police officer under, let's just say, suspicious circumstances, they're going to test every wound, every abrasion, every scratch, anything. And I'm talking, if they find a minimal little, even something that's about 2 to 3 days old that they determine is like 2 or 3 days old, they're going to test it for any DNA at all. They're going to test it for DNA. They're going to test it for fragments. You're going to tell me that these people, these medical examiners, would not test these abrasions when they're saying that he was hit by a car. They're not going to test it for plastic from the vehicle. They're not going to test it for plastic from the taillights. They're not going to test it for asphalt. They're not going to test it for any fluids from that a vehicle may emit. They're not going to test it for any of these things. The whole idea is to prove in court. That's the reason why they do these things. They say that it's just to, determine the cause of death and blah, blah, blah. No, it's not just to determine the cause of death. It remains to be seen on whether or not, sometimes in these cases, it remains to be seen on whether or not circumstances are suspicious. The circumstances of death are suspicious. So, like, we see this a lot in a missing persons case. A missing person's body will come up and we don't know what happened to that person, right? We have no idea. They just disappeared. But when they actually find this person deceased and they find their body, they do a thorough medical examination of their remains. A thorough one. Not just to determine cause of death, but to determine whether or not there was foul play, to determine what the circumstances of said foul play were in the best of their abilities based on whatever they find in their testing. Of course, they're going to sample tissue and test it from every single wound. And if they did not do that, when it came to the suspicious death of a Boston police officer, well, then the medical examiner was not doing their job. And therefore, you cannot convict Karen Reed. You just can't. That's enough for me. If I'm sitting in a jury and then I hear, well, if I hear that on top of the metadata from the crime scene photographs that were taken are they no longer exist, neither does the device in which they were taken exist. And I want to be clear. Let me clear that up real quick. When we talked about this, when we went over the defense's motion to disqualify the Commonwealth or to disqualify District Attorney Morrissey, it was implied that what that was saying was that the crime scene photos are gone, that there are no crime scene photos. That's how I took that to understand. I want to correct that after doing further deep diving with and I got to credit Jenny from Gavel Geeks for really exploring that and coming up with a very objective way of looking at that. It doesn't mean that the crime scene photos are necessarily gone. It just means that you can't prove the validity of these crime scene photos. You can't prove when they were taken and whatever else metadata is going to provide. So she pointed out, she's like, well, wait a minute, hold on. Because I was sitting there telling Tracy Ann Chasing, I was like, the crime scene photos are fucking gone. How are the crime scene photos gone? That's insane. And, and she's like, I don't believe you. I have to see this document. What? And I'm like, yeah. And so the whole thing is that even if these crime scene photos are not gone, now they very well still could be. They very well still could be, but that's not what the defense was saying in that motion. The defense was saying in that motion that the device in which would provide the metadata as well as the metadata itself are no longer existent, that they're just gone. So, and how that happens, I have no idea. How do you lose an iPhone? And why are iPhone, again, why are crime scene photographs taken with an iPhone? It makes absolutely no sense. And that's also a good point. The lead investigator is usually present during the autopsy. Yeah. Yeah. And actually, real quick, let me check something which is just off the subject. Okay. The channel is called Deets on the Streets. Now Deets, she covers true crime, but not exclusively. And she's really good at covering true crime because she's very thorough and she's very objective. And she will also explore, Deets on the Streets. So she'll explore some of the drama that's going on between YouTube creators and things like that, which won't interest a lot of you. But if she's covering a case, you definitely you can count on her to get very objective and very sound. You'll definitely get the facts, and as far as as far as opinions go, they're based on facts. So you're going to get an objective outlook on that. She is going to look at things as I don't know everything. I'm going to explore it. I'm going to look into it. But if she says she's going to look into it, she's looking into it, guaranteed. So Yeah, she's very honest. Yeah, she's very honest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like what's really funny though is when she's live, she tends to attract. It's ironic because she tends to attract a chat that is just full of people who fucking hate me. So there's a lot of glare bashing in the chat, which I just ignore because I just like having conversations about these cases with Dietz, and especially with Dietz and Chasing Tracy Ann, because they're both very, very intelligent people. And they're not biased in any way, shape, or form. They're not slanted. Their opinions are not slanted, as they put it many times in that live stream. Oh, you have no idea. Like it's weird. It's like I said, she'll attract people from the drama community. So you could see the difference between those people and people who actually who actually give a shit about facts. And you know, and in her defense, it's because she's hoping to educate people. You know, like if you're here listening, then by all means, pull up a chair, listen. You know, educate yourselves. So everyone's welcome, you know. So, but and I try to follow that lead while I'm there because it's pretty overwhelming. I mean, you'll get just tons and tons of people that are just saying things about a case, and this happened in that chat quite a bit. People talking about this case in opposition of anything that I was saying, who haven't even looked into the case. We see this a lot. It was really fascinating. And so, yeah, so Plevin saying something like this, the state had no reason to test arm tissue. I'll tell you what the reason that the state had to test the arm tissue. It's because it was covered with wounds. It was covered with abrasions. That's the reason. There's no reason why they wouldn't. There's no valid, logical, ethical reason as to why they would not sample and test those wounds on his arm. So for you to say there's no reason why they would test arm tissue, well, no. The very reasons why they would test it are in those photographs that we've been looking at for all this time. So there you go, Plevin. Mind-blowing. And those kind of slip-ups are very telling as to what his motives are. Again, you got to look at people as, are they here just to get to the bottom and understand the facts? Are they here to get a hold of the facts and explore them to form a valid opinion? Or are they just looking to argue? Are they just looking to fight with you? Are they just looking to be on an oppositional position because they don't like Karen Reed, or they don't like Turtle Boy, or they don't like somebody who is saying something in favor of Karen Reed's innocence? You know, how a juror is supposed to look at this from the beginning. From the beginning, anyone should be looking at this case as though Karen Reed is innocent right off the bat. Now, you are free to do what you want because you're not actually on a jury. But the reason why that exists in our due process, in our justice system, the reason why that stipulation is there, that you must look at someone as innocent before assuming their guilt, is because it's an ethical way to do it. It's the ethical way to do it. If you go in there already thinking that this person is guilty, then you are more likely to put an innocent person behind bars. The idea is not just our justice system is not designed just to get justice for a victim. It is also designed to maintain justice for innocent people. It is designed also to maintain to preserve the rights that we all have. We all have rights. The reason why we all have rights, why the accused have rights, is because there's no way to know that someone is guilty unless you can absolutely prove it. And there's no proof. There is no proof beyond a reasonable doubt that has been made public so far that Karen Read is guilty of the death of John O'Keefe. Everything about this case stinks. Everything about this case being handled, how it's being handled, stinks. Right. Now, I'm glad that you brought this up. Grandmaster Sid Sophos, because we also talked about what's the difference between Turtle Boy and BHB. What is the difference? Everyone wants to, well, how can you support Turtle Boy, but you can't, but you won't support BHB? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. That's so hypocritical, Will. That's so hypocritical, baby Gap. It's so hypocritical, right? Okay. All right. Well, now I want you to listen to this very carefully. This was just posted. This is a very recent clip. Now pay attention to BHB here. Pay attention to what she says. Very interesting. Okay. She explains herself the difference, not in so many words, the difference between her and Turtle Boy without even mentioning his name. It's fascinating. Take a listen.
Yes, I did. I absolutely gave out wrong information, false information. I absolutely did because of a troll. Because of a troll. Or trolls, plural. Right? But you condemn me and not the bad actors. So shame on you. And you know that to be true. You know absolutely that to be true. And it's disgusting that you're here trying to defend their actions and condemning mine. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Let's listen to it again.
Shame on you. The fathers had... Yes, I did. I absolutely gave out wrong information, false information. I absolutely did because of a troll. Because of a troll. Or trolls, plural.
Now, I'm assuming that what she's referring to is she said that they found Audrey Cunningham's body, an 11-year-old girl who disappeared and was found deceased. She said that they found her significantly before they actually did, which is very, very dangerous, and it's very irresponsible considering that this little girl has loved ones who are out there absolutely distraught, waiting for answers as to what happened to their little girl. And here you hear her say, from her own face, yes, I absolutely put out misinformation. I absolutely put out bad information. But it wasn't my fault. It was the trolls. The trolls are the ones at fault. Okay. That right there is the significant difference between her and Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy he fancies himself to be a independent journalist, an investigative journalist, right? She fancies herself to be an investigative journalist, an independent investigative journalist who hates mainstream media. She wants to bring mainstream media down, and she wants people to only pay attention to independent journalists. That sounds great for people like Turtle Boy to a certain degree. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't put that much thought into it, but it's still kind of ridiculous because it's never going to happen. And I think she actually thinks she's going to run for president. Yeah. Yeah. But they fancy themselves both in being in the same profession. But the problem is Turtle Boy actually does investigating, and he knows the difference between a credible source and a source that's not credible. And how Turtle Boy would get a source is by vetting that source. How Turtle Boy would determine whether or not a source is credible is by vetting said source. She just blamed a troll, or trolls, plural, as she put it, trolls, for getting misinformation. She didn't look into it. She did not go to a mainstream news media outlet who ethically would never, ever put out misinformation without issuing a retraction if they were mistaken, because there's a lot involved. Their credibility is on the line. Every journalist's credibility is on the line whenever they put out information. So every credible journalist is going to be very careful about putting out misinformation. And common sense dictates that the way to be very careful about putting out misinformation is to vet your sources. So she obviously doesn't know the first thing about vetting a source, because I'm not even an investigative journalist. I'm not a journalist of any kind, in my opinion. I'm not. But when I put out information, I already know the difference between a credible source and what's not credible. I already know the difference. I don't just take someone on social media's word as it being fact. So someone who she didn't even trust, a troll. Let's talk about what a troll is. A troll is someone under a fake name or something to that effect, right? A troll is someone who is using a sock account or a handle that just isn't what it is. But even still, like, we see trolls pop into this chat all the time, right? We see them all the time. So, and sometimes they pose as credible YouTubers, but it's real easy. All a moderator has to do is click on the name, anybody with a blue wrench. All they have to do, anybody whose name shows up blue in the chat, all they have to do is click on the handle name and then check the channel. It gives you a little option that says go to channel. And then if you see that they have like 0 subscribers and no videos up, no content, well, then they're usually not who they say they are they? It's very simple. So if somebody with a blue name in the chat can do that, the owner of the channel can absolutely do that. They can absolutely do that. And we're talking about somebody who has been priding herself as an investigative journalist for years on this platform and still doesn't have the common sense to vet her sources. Not only does she not have the common sense to vet her sources, but she also lacks the common sense to even take accountability to go, I probably should have vetted that source better. She doesn't know the meaning of accountability at all. So when people ask, okay, go to Cheesy Wheezy's channel and watch her shorts, watch that short. And anybody asks me why I support Turtle Boy but don't support BHB, or why I don't condemn Turtle Boy's actions the way that I would condemn BHB, is very simple. BHB answers it right there. Now, the thing is, what you got to understand about Turtle Boy is and I've said this before, you're entitled to your opinions about him. Nobody is here saying that you need to like Turtle Boy. Nobody here is saying that. Turtle Boy, by all counts, bottom line is you cannot deny that Karen Reed's defense is absolutely using the results of Turtle Boy's investigations to a certain degree, some of them, at least so far, at the very least one of them. The defense is using the results of Turtle Boy's investigations as evidence to exonerate their client. That's a fact. That's a fact. Turtle Boy proved that the Proctors and the McCabe's have a personal relationship. He absolutely proved that. And the defense recently used that in court. That is the difference between someone like him and someone like Betty. Now, the thing is, as far as Turtle Boy goes, a lot of people have a problem with his tactics. Fair enough. And that's where it boils down to opinion. Do you have the right to the opinion that his tactics are over the top, that he went too far by going to a kid's lacrosse game, or he's gone too far doing this, gone too far doing that. Fair enough. That is all matter of opinion, but you cannot deny the results. And you have to ask yourself, and I'll tell you why I came to the opinions that I came to, is because would I engage in the things that Turtle Boy has engaged in? Probably not. No. But the thing is his tactics and his methods have produced results. And like it or not, you have to ask yourself if they were necessary. You have to ask yourself if these tactics were necessary in order to get those results. And I'm of the opinion that if you're trying to take on the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and prove corruption, extreme measures are necessary. Extreme measures are absolutely necessary. And you have to be ready to go to jail. You have to be ready for them to weaponize the law to get you to shut up. And guess what happened? Turtle Boy, for months, said, I'm not going to be surprised if they throw me in jail over this. Wait and see. I will not be surprised. Guess what? They threw him in jail. They threw him in jail for the maximum amount of time that the law would allow for them to throw him in jail. And the thing is some are like, well, it worked because you shut Turtle Boy up. They shut Turtle Boy up. Good. He's a woman abuser and he's this and he's that and blah, 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 blah. Okay. But here's the thing is Turtle Boy tomorrow or right now decided, I'm not even going to touch this case anymore. I'm not even going to talk about the John O'Keefe, Karen Reed case ever again. I'm not going to write about it. I'm not going to do one more live stream about it. I'm not going to make another video about it. Nothing. I'm not going to post on Twitter about it. I'm not even going to touch it. One might say, well, the Commonwealth, they beat him. They beat him down. They shut him up. They won. They did exactly what they were trying to do. Turtle Boy, how can you do this? How can you desert us like this, Turtle Boy? Well, his job is done. What else do you want from the guy? Now, I don't think he's going to do that. But if he decided right now and said, you know what? I'm not touching this shit anymore. I'm going to be like, dude. And I think I said it in his chat last night. Dude, you don't owe anybody anything anymore at all. Nothing. What do you want from the guy? The guy already did 2 months in jail. The guy did 2 months in jail. And guess what? What was his purpose? His purpose was to educate people on what's going on in Massachusetts. what is going on in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, what's going on specifically in Norfolk County. That was what he has set out to do. Has he not done that? Is his job not done? I mean, by his standards, he could say, no, it's not done. I still got plenty to do. But that's for him. That's his determination to make. That's his decision to make. And as he said last night, I'm the one that's got to go to jail, not you. I'm the one that's got to do the time, not you. I'm the one that's got to spend time away from my kids, not you. That's not for anybody to determine. That's not for any of you to determine. Not for me, not you, anybody to determine. At this point, if his job was to educate people on what's on the corruption that is taking place in Norfolk County, let's think about the results. Based on his investigations, he has provided the public with tons of information that you would never know about. You would never know about Jennifer McCabe. You would never know about the relationships between the McCabe's and the Proctors. You would never know about this stuff. And all of these people that are out there, that is why people are so supportive of him. That's why so many people are they call him Unc, because he woke people up. Those locals in Massachusetts are grateful to him because they're like, holy shit, based on his blogs, something fucked up is going on where I live and where I pay taxes. Based on his blogs. And now there are hundreds of people outside of that courthouse based on his investigations, as a result of his investigations, exercising their First Amendment rights and expressing their voices as to their support for Karen Read, only because they believe Karen Read is absolutely being railroaded, because every bit of evidence that's been made available to us absolutely dictates this. Every piece of evidence that has been made available to us absolutely dictates that Karen Read is 100% being railroaded. And if she is absolutely being railroaded, it is not in the slightest bit unreasonable to think that she is innocent of this crime. Not even a little bit unreasonable. So, Turtle Boy, whether you like the guy or not, irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. Is he, I mean, I would consider Turtle Boy on paper to be an anti-hero. You know? He's not what a PG movie screenwriter would, a fictional PG movie screenwriter would depict as someone doing what Turtle Boy does and has produced the result that he does. They wouldn't write that character the way that Turtle Boy is. They would not. Turtle Boy is, by all accounts, definitely a flawed hero. Make no mistake about that. He is a hero. Is he arrogant? Yes. Is he loud? Yes. Is he even obnoxious to some degree? Yes. And I say this with affection because I am all of these things myself. The difference is that he has a lot more to show for it. He has a lot more to show for it. The dude has bragging rights. And he just sat in jail for 2 months. For 2 months. So that his critics could freely criticize him and trash talk him. Think about the irony in that. Think about the irony. that you have of somebody like Grant, who has this profound, clear hatred for him. And there's not one shred of gratitude, from Grant to Turtle Boy for sitting in jail in protest for not just his First Amendment rights, but every single person who enjoys their freedom of speech. Regardless of his flaws, that's enough for me to like the guy. That's enough for me. Because I don't know anybody that's done that. I've never had a conversation with somebody who's done that. Except for Turtle Boy. It's the only person I've ever had a conversation with who's actually sat in jail for my right to sit up here and run my mouth. Everybody here's flawed. Everybody here has a personal life. I mean, you guys know who Ricada Law is, right? I'm just going to wait for chat because he's a very popular YouTuber. And I believe Turtle Boy was actually on his channel at one point. So, yeah, Nick Ratchets. Absolutely. I'm a fan myself. I don't agree with everything he says, but I like the guy. I enjoy his channel. I enjoy him being totally just doing whatever he does, right? I enjoy him having, you know, this no fucks given attitude in expressing his opinions. I don't have to agree. I don't have to share his opinions for me to appreciate his approach to expressing his opinions. I don't have to. But recently he's getting a bunch of shit, right? All of a sudden, Nick Rackets is getting a shitstorm of criticism all over YouTube for doing what he's always fucking done. Now, all of a sudden, because he could barely sit up straight when he did it because he was so drunk, now, oh my God, everybody's on a fucking high horse and everybody's like, you need help. You need to go to rehab. You need this and you need that. Maybe stop drinking, blah, blah, blah. All these people who sit there on a fucking behind a computer screen and nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows whether or not they're sitting in a pile of their own shit, all opinionated. I mean,
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Will, by my count, the state has violated Turtle Boy First, Fourth, and Eighth Amendments. Reason to fear and doubt the state. You betcha. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much, Bob Brown. I mean, that's the thing is, so, I mean, you've got Nick Rackets who just, I mean, yeah, was he fucking hammered drunk? Sure. But I've been watching that guy for years. I've never seen that guy do a live stream without a fucking glass of fucking whiskey in his hand. Never seen it. Never seen it. I'm sure they've taken place, but I've never seen it. And the guy, all of a sudden now, because, you know, it became trendy, it started to trend to criticize him for something that he said, you know, about someone being suicidal. I mean, and I have a whole, I'll do a whole stream on that. I'll cover the whole goddamn video. I'll cover the whole rant that he went on. And I'm telling you, my opinion of the guy hasn't even tweaked. It isn't even tweaked. Not even a little bit. I'm like, what is the problem? Right. Cherry, the guy goes live and drinks. That's his child time or his chill time. Child time works too. That's his chill time. That's his chill time to sit in his fucking man cave and get hammered drunk and talk about things that are on his mind. And the only reason he does it is because people watch it. It's basic, simple supply and demand. People watch it and support it. That's it. The guy sits there in his house and whatever he's created there as a man cave for himself, and people fucking watch it and support it. He talks about how he feels about politics. He talks about whatever this and that, whatever everybody is talking about, or what he feels like people should be talking about. And people watch it. And that's the only reason he does it. That's the way it looks to me. Anyway, I don't want to speak for the guy, but that's the way it looks to me. So it's like fascinating to me that, you know, it's like somebody could be doing exactly what they've always done and they've always supported them doing, and then all of a sudden because it trends to criticize him, then now it's like let's all jump on the bandwagon of waving our finger at Nick Rekieta about how he needs to improve his life and make better decisions and blah 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You don't know what this dude's life is like. You don't know what this dude's life is like. You know what I mean? You know as much about this dude's life as he allows you to know what his life is like. Anything else is just rumor and bullshit. It's the same with me. You know as much about my life as I let you know. Right. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you homeschool 5 kids. You homeschool 5 kids and then hold it down. After that, go live because people are depending on you to go live and entertain them. You handle that. Homeschool 5 kids. That means driving them around. That means getting them involved in all these different activities. That means, dude, my brother has 3 kids. That dude doesn't have time to do anything. Fucking anything. And that's only because sleep means too much to him. The only reason Nick Rekieta does live streams is because he'll sacrifice sleep. He will sacrifice sleep. Like, anybody here with kids understands this. Like, if you're trying to raise your kids right, and you're trying to put them in extra things of that nature, you understand how this works. Right. Yeah. The story of my life too, Cherry. There, like, fucking dickhead. But my heart's good. At least I like to think it is. At least I try to be a good person. You know? I mean, but nobody gets to sit here and fucking throw stones at this guy and act like he's. I mean, so the guy had a fucking had a moment that was questionable. The guy had more to drink than than you're used to seeing him drink. Dude, you know how many fucking times I've done that? You have any idea? You guys don't. A lot of you here don't, but the people who have been following me for years do. How many times I've gotten fucking hammered, shit-faced drunk, and went live in the middle of the night? I mean, and guess what? It's probably going to happen again. Probably going to happen again. And you know what's going to happen? If I hurt someone, I might apologize. But again, that apology is up to me, you know? Because I will always, I reserve the right. I always reserve the right to stand by the defense of, you knew this going in. You knew this about me. Now all of a sudden you have a problem. Now all of a sudden you have an issue with me being me. So who's the problem? Is it me or you? Like I had somebody in Dietz's chat the other night demanding an apology. And I was like, no, fuck you. Fuck you and your apology. Go fuck yourself. Kiss my ass. Why won't you apologize? Because you're demanding one, A, and because you're being a whiny cunt about it. Fuck off. I don't give a shit. And I didn't use those words because out of respect for Dietz's panel and her channel, I didn't use those words. But trust me, I held back out of respect for her. I'm holding back now. Because the audacity of someone demanding an apology, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You don't have enough self-respect to just simply not listen to that person or blow that person off because they wronged you in some way. That tells me all I need to know. It tells me everything I need to know about you. If you can't just simply fuck off yourself. Shut up, Jerry. If you can't simply just fuck off yourself, you know, I'm, you know what I mean? Like, and you're going to sit there and demand an apology from me right there. That's enough for me to go fuck yourself. I wanted to make that person cry right then and there. Because I just didn't give a shit. Like, I did not give a shit about that person's feelings at all. Because they demanded that I acknowledge their feelings. Once you demand that I acknowledge your feelings, fuck your feelings. That is my nature. Like it or not. But it's real easy. I could sit here and you all could demand an apology from me for saying that, or you can fuck off. Watch another channel. YouTube is a very, very vast place. A lot of places you can go. So, I mean, I just, my issue, it's not the creator, it's the people, it's the public. You people get so fucking fickle on a mass level, on a collective level. Each individual is cool, you know, to some degree. You know what I mean? I assume until I know otherwise that each of you are fucking cool fucking people. But I've seen the majority of you people, and I'm not saying you specifically, I'm saying you people meaning an audience, behave absolutely irrationally. Just behave like one big sloppy cunt that I just won't even like have any empathy for. And I pride myself in having empathy for a lot of things and a lot of people. I do. But dude, you've got to have some sort of self-respect, man. You got to have some sort of self-respect, like for me to even begin to respect you. Some level of self-respect. And whining and crying and demanding an apology is never gonna, that's never gonna get me to respect you at all. And you're obviously concerned with my respect for you if you're demanding an apology from me. So now, again, Turtle Boy is absolutely flawed, as we all are. but you cannot deny the results he has produced. You can't. I mean, you just simply can't. And it's who does the problem lie with? The people who are like, man, you know, I love Terrible. It kills me. People are like, oh, man, I love the Turtle Boy's work and what he's done. I just wish he wasn't so arrogant. You know, I wish he wasn't such a dick. Like, well, wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which fills up first. You know what I mean? Like, what you see is what you get. That's just how it works. That's how it is. You don't get to say that. You don't get to dictate that. I love that shit. Like comments that are like, well, I love your commentary, but the sound effects, oh, God, can you just not do the sound? You know what I do? I hide those people. I hide them. Yeah. I'm like, well, okay, fuck off. I hide them. I'm not here for a survey. Either watch it or don't. Hit the like or the dislike or don't hit it at all. I don't really give a fuck at the end of the day. I mean, I don't. You know, that is absolutely up to you. That is your issue to work out within yourself. Like, do you really think that the way that I run my show, you leaving a comment is going to make me go, oh fuck. I thought people liked the I thought everybody liked the sound effects and the super chat song, and oh my God, what am I gonna do now? No. I'm gonna be like, well, I can, okay, well, you're obviously conflicted. Let me fix that for you. Bye. Easy. I mean, yeah, everybody's, oh, I don't know if I like Turtle Boy. Blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Who gives a fuck what you like? Who gives a fuck? At the end of the day, like, all that matters is whether or not Karen Reed her charges are dismissed, or if it goes to trial. And I am 150% convinced, sure, that you will never, in all of this creation, in every bit of existence, in every realm, through every black hole that you would have to go through to get to, you will never get 12 people to convict Karen Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. Why? Because this is the first case that I've ever seen that is mostly doubt that could potentially go to trial. Mostly doubt. Right. And do I think it'll go to trial? At this point, yeah. Why wouldn't I think it's going to go to trial? I mean, I was going to go over this document, but we're having more fun just, at least I am. I'm having more fun just ranting. But everybody's saying it's not going to trial, it's not going to trial, it's not going to trial. The only reason that I have that I have doubts that it won't go to trial, the only reason I have doubts is because of Auntie Bev. The only reason is because Beverly Canone, I cannot wrap my head around why she has allowed the Commonwealth to get away with, for the past 2 years, what she has allowed them to get away with. I just can't. That's why I'm like, of course, we're all sitting here. It makes sense. I'm not sitting here and undermining or minimizing anybody's opinion as to saying it's not going to go to trial. There's no way it would never go to trial. That's a perfectly logical way of looking at it. Because why the fuck would you think that it would go to trial? Why would anybody think, after knowing everything that we know about this case, why would we think that it would go to trial? Why would anybody think that? I'll tell you why. The only reason that I think that it's going to go to trial is because I can't wrap my head around every other decision that Beverly Canone has made in the last 2 years. I just can't wrap my head around it. None of it makes sense. She gives orders, and then when those orders aren't met, when those orders are just straight blown off, nothing. Doesn't matter. Who cares? I mean, this is the most insane case that I've ever seen. And I see Dietz in the chat. What's up, Dietz? This is the most insane case that I've ever seen. Like, and I had to ask Tracy Ann, Chasing Truth. I had to ask her while I was on Dietz's panel with her. I was like, dude, how many cases have you covered? How many cases have you followed? Just simply followed, just out of sheer personal interest. Have you followed? Have you ever seen anything like this? She's like, no, nothing even close. I've never seen anything like this. Right, Bob Brown. That's the theory, right? The theory is that that she'll go free, that it'll go to trial, she'll be acquitted, and then the public's supposed to look at her like Casey Anthony, and she got away with it, which won't happen. It won't happen. I mean, this is why it's really important that it gets more media coverage. Like, everything about Casey Anthony's case, you can't compare this case to Casey Anthony's. You just can't. Casey Anthony had an overwhelming amount of evidence against her. Overwhelming. But the thing is, again, all it takes is to create a little bit of doubt, right? Jose Baez comes up with this, Joe is he abused Casey and blah, 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 blah. And, all this smoke and mirrors, all of these smoke and mirrors to distract the jury from this woman just continued to lie and party while her daughter was missing. Well, what about the smell in the trunk? Well, it was, she had garbage. Pizza went bad in the trunk. Fuck out of my face with that. But that's enough. That's enough to create doubt. The bottom line is Casey Anthony just had a really good lawyer. That's what it boils down to. I personally believe that a public defender could absolutely try this case, or not try this case, but defend Karen Reed in this case and establish doubt, because there's more doubt than anything else. Oh no.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Okay, I played that one longer only because there was 2 super chats. Thank you, Team Brittany. Look over there, not over. Look over there, over here, not over there. Right. True. Absolutely. The tactic there. And Microdot saying justice is coming. The glare is the man. No, you're the man. I think you're a man. I don't know, Microdots. We've only DM'd here and there, so I don't know. But I don't care because your shit is amazing. And even Dietz went over some of your content the other day, actually. Page 4 clown. He absolutely is. I'm gonna say fuck it. I'm gonna say fuck it, and let's just have some fun here. What do you guys say? Let's review Plevin's live from yesterday. What do you think? You guys want to do that? I say we do it. All right. Thank you, Cherry. This is stage 4 cloud. Oh my god, you guys are fucking terrible, bro. Google Yellow Media. What's Yellow Media? Let me do that real quick. All that comes up is yellow journalism from Wikipedia. Yellow journalism and yellow press are American terms for journalism and associated newspapers in present title or no legitimate, well-researched news. No legitimate or well-researched news. That sounds about right. That present little or no legitimate, well-researched news. Yeah, okay, that's valid. That fits. Absolutely. Microdots is a female. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. It does. That there's, I'm telling you, there's, when it comes to YouTubers being thorough, okay, in my experience on this platform, women are just way more thorough, dude. Female creators are just way more thorough. It just makes sense. It just makes sense that Microdots would be a female. Absolutely. Absolutely 100%. Makes perfect sense to me that Microdots would absolutely be a female. All right. Let's watch Plevin here.
Right? We need another case that interests us so that we as a team can all just look into this and start digging into the evidence. So think about it as the show goes on tonight. And if you guys can develop a consensus in chat about some other crime case that you guys are interested in, and that maybe we could get enough access to evidence that it could be interested to look into it.
I got to speed this.
I myself really prefer unsolved cases. So it could be something that's an older case. I've never looked into Jack the Ripper. Some people like that kind of thing. So we could do that. Or I have done a lot of work on the Lizzie Borden. Maybe we could plan some kind of a group trip to go to the Lizzie Borden house. I have been there. It's really interesting. Or maybe a more current case, an unsolved case, something like that. So just give it some thought.
Yeah. So let's start setting up this thing because let me say without saying that I think that Karen Reed's case is about to get dismissed, and so let's start talking about other things to talk about so that I can stay relevant. Let's do that. Okay, guys? All right. Yeah.
Maybe we'll come up with something. Wanted to talk about, let me share the screen here. All right. Take this in the spirit of fun. At least hopefully I can manage to make this fun. But I'm a little bothered how some people it's amazing how many people don't seem to understand the meaning of basic words. So we have to, I'm not going to do hooked on phonics, but at least we can do this. So I've been accused multiple times now of lying to you because, for example, Thursday night, I predicted.
Now, I don't know. I'm not going to go as far as to call Plevin a liar. I'm not going to do that. But I think he's delusional. I think he's full of shit. But I don't know if it's like deliberate. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it's deliberate.
That Turtle Boy would not be released Friday. Now, obviously, nobody could know what was going on, what was going to happen in court Friday. I had a reason for making that statement. It was because I had some inside information on indictments, but I don't like to be the one to break those things. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. So the way I told you guys was I had a psychic that had been doing some readings. Let's let the news media break this stuff. And that was my approach. But so my understanding was that with the new indictments, he would not be released. Now, I'm glad he's released. I don't want to see anybody in jail. So I wasn't saying that Thursday night in any kind of a celebratory way. You know, we don't want to see anybody harmed. We don't want to see anybody in jail. We want to see fathers still with.
Now I'm calling you a fucking liar, bro. Now I'm calling you a fucking liar, dude. Get the fuck out of here with this. I wasn't in a celebratory way. Absolutely. You fucking Grant, all of you people were absolutely, I was watching in real time. I was following Twitter as I was watching Tom CPU's video, and I'm telling you, you were absolutely celebrating, prematurely celebrating, because you thought, because there were new indictments, that Turtle Boy was not going back to jail. You were celebrating, Grant was celebrating, and every fucking moron with a fake sock account that follow you were celebrating. Get out of my face with that shit.
Deal with their children. Okay, so it was never anything that was meant to be thrown in anybody's face. And I know there are more court cases coming up, and hopefully reasonable things can be worked out where the behavior is stopped and the man can remain with his children. But a lie is a false statement made with deliberate intent to deceive, an intentional untruth. That's what people don't understand. So if I give you something that turns out to be false, especially, it should be understood that if I'm giving you a prediction, it's a prediction. So for example,
this guy Google?
I've predicted multiple times here that the defense is not going to try to put Jen McCabe on the stand.
Stop. Is this guy about to Google this, what a lie is? Bro, what are you doing? Just stop. Plevin, just stop, dude. I don't just go sit on the plastic covered couch that's in the other room in your house, bro, and watch Matlock. Dude, just do it. Okay? Stop this. Stop it.
And in front of a jury and try to portray her as somehow an accomplice, a schemer to murder. There's no way. So because of that, I predict that they're not going to even bring up the mythical 227 search, which the best experts are now saying
mythical.
It's just too risky to do that. But Alan Jackson and
the prosecution's experts are saying it.
David Yannetti have not consulted me. I don't know what they're going to do. So it's a prediction. And if the trial happens in a month and they do that, don't go back and say, you lied, Kevin. I didn't lie. I'm making a prediction. And we'll see how well it comes true. But I don't lie to you. And even if I give you something that I report as factual information, like let's say I heard there was a monkey in the house that day or something like that, and then later on I find out that was incorrect, I'll correct it. Because this brings it to the next word I want to, there's only 3 of these I want to look up. I promise you in the spirit also of having a little bit of fun. All right. This is an important word to me. Integrity. Adherence to moral and ethical principles. Soundness of moral character. Honesty. It's important to me.
Is it?
It doesn't mean I'm always going to get things right. And nobody has perfect integrity. I've actually, if you look on the top right of the screen, I have a new symbol that I put up there. This is the Gaelic knot known as the Dara knot, and it stands for integrity. Integrity is a choice. Okay. Integrity is one of the, baldness is not a choice. All right. Integrity is a choice. Integrity is the one thing.
I mean, baldness can be a choice, but
nobody can take away from you. You can have that to the moment you die. They can take away your health. They can take away your money. They can take away your family. They can take away everything you love and value. But nobody can take away your integrity. You have to give that up. And if you have made a mistake, you can always recover integrity anytime, as long as it's something that you can.
I love this guy, like using the definition of integrity, like explaining integrity, while doing so, he's actually explaining his lack of it, and describing everything that I've seen since I started watching this guy.
decide that is valuable and you want to aspire to having it. It's not something you're born with. It's something you choose to do. So let's go to one last definition. Oops. This one, hopefully will amuse you. Father. What is a father? A father is a man who begets offspring, a male parent. Crazy, right? Father is not a cult leader. That's just what a cult leader calls himself. So anybody that asks his followers to call him daddy is a cult leader. And anybody who calls another human being daddy, unless they are their actual father or someone raising them as a father, is a sick human being. If you're looking to a blogger and calling...
I mean, has 90% of every woman I've ever slept with a sick human being? Oh, maybe. Maybe. All right. I'll give you that one, Plevin.
Calling him daddy, you need help. You need help. There's no other way to say it. So for people that say the fact of this being a cult is overplayed, no. Here's a man who is actually asking people to call him daddy. What does that even mean? That's not a journalist. That's not blogging. That's cult leadership. That's asking someone to submit to their will. They're going to tell you what the truth is. They don't have to present you with evidence. You just believe, and that's it. That's what Jim Jones and had his followers call him. They had to call him father, and many other cult leaders. That's what they do. That's a very common thing. So anybody out there listening, thinking about that, please consider it. Now there's one more quick screen I want to present to you. This is the video part of the presentation. Hopefully you will enjoy it.
Bloody pull, faster and pull!
The Titanic? I watched this the other day.
Hang on, Mr.
What is this, dude? Why is he showing this?
People left clinging to that ship are desperate. They're desperately clinging to it because at this point, the evidence is beyond clear. It's beyond clear to anybody that has either a little...
Right. I mean, I agree with you. The evidence is beyond clear that the prosecution has absolutely no solid evidence that can't have holes poked all the way through it. It's like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The evidence is clear that the Commonwealth doesn't actually have any evidence.
A little bit of sanity left or an interest in the actual truth, and it's not just completely swallowed all of the Kool-Aid. And that's just the reality of it. So let's look at the reasons why. Some of the essential parts of the conspiracy theory. One thing was we were shown on day one on April 18th that John was inside the house and has proof that he was attacked by a dog. Now, I think we could have looked at, it was a powerful image to show someone, and you show them that image at the same time you tell them that it's a dog bite. So when you see that image, those come together at the same time, and you're not going to get that out of your head. But that is over. Okay, there's nobody left.
See, it's not over though. That's not over. Okay, because there's too much to dictate to me that that's a fucking dog bite, dude. Like, I just went over this at the beginning of the stream. Just because there's no DNA from a dog that has been submitted into evidence, it doesn't mean that there was no dog. You know how I can make that determination? Because canine DNA was never tested for. I mean, on maybe his shirt? His shirt, how long after the fact? How long after his shirt was mishandled? Evidence? I mean, who the fuck knows what happened to that shirt? Who knows? Because the only
The only image of that shirt that I saw was it was lying on a floor in a hospital. I mean, that's the only image of that evidence that I know of to exist. So again, you're sitting here going, oh, well, you know, this is the same guy whose tweet I read at the beginning of the stream saying, why would they test tissue samples unless, you know, after you know what, because somebody brought up all this time later a dog was involved? No. The second that a police officer's body is brought into a medical examiner's office and the possibility of suspicious circumstances of his death are out there, yeah, you test it. You take samples of the tissue and you test it. No samples were taken. None was tested. That's the problem. The problem was that it wasn't tested. The problem was that samples weren't even taken. So just because you're sitting there and saying and putting it out into the universe that the dog thing is the dog issue is closed, it doesn't make it so. It doesn't make it so. That dog issue is very much out there. Why is it out there? Not because we put it out there, not because Jackson and Yannetti put it out there, not because Turtle Boy has been putting it out there, not because Melanie Little had a canine trainer on her channel as a guest saying that is in his opinion that those were dog bites and a dog attack, wounds from a dog attack. Not because of that. Clever. No, buddy. Speaking of dog attacks, no. Stop attacking everything except what you're supposed to attack. Please, bro. Meaning like your chew toys. You know, the ones these people donate for. They have generously donated, and I have bought for you. Bob Brown, thank you. Will, Kevin says he invited you to debate him on his channel and you backed down. Is that true? I don't believe anything he says. I have yet to receive a DM from Kevin inviting me to his channel. No. Unless I missed it. But I never declined. I never saw an invitation that I acknowledged and declined. But yeah, I'd be happy to have a discussion with him. I mean, but I don't see how it would be really any different than how it went with B. Tim up here. I don't see how it would really be any different. But I mean, for the sake of entertaining myself, yeah, sure, I'll do it. Thank you again, Bob Brown.
Don't be the last guy on the Titanic that thinks that is a dog bite. Okay, Laglera, who said anybody's crazy, who didn't understand that, dude. No, you're crazy, dude. The canine test.
Holla! I didn't even know you mentioned me here.
Test came back negative. There was no canine material found on John's clothing, and there's no way that would happen if he was attacked by a dog. So you may want to establish some doubts with the medical examiner's report. Maybe the medical examiner could be influenced. I think that's probably common in cases where a medical examiner might be influenced by the prevailing narrative, something like that. You know, that's possible, but those are not dog wounds. And in hindsight, if you look at it, an attack by a German Shepherd would not leave those shallow wounds.
How do you know that those were not dog wounds? If the tissue sample was never tested, and if the only piece of evidence that was tested was tainted via chain of custody, well, how do you know that they weren't dog bites? How can you definitively sit there and say that those were not dog bites and dog scratches? How can you do that? Microdots, I agree with you, man. I mean, it's already there. Like, it's so funny how he's projecting and he's talking about you're just clinging on to the sinking Titanic, and even played like the visual of the Titanic sinking and everybody clinging on and trying to hold on. I find that fascinating because that's exactly what these people are doing who think that this is going to go to trial and the prosecution's going to just blow a jury's mind with all of their overwhelming evidence. Like, no, dude. Like, stop it. Stop doing this to yourself. Like, just pick a fucking trial out of a hat and watch it. You know? Pick a trial out of a hat and watch it. And I'm telling you, you're not going to see you're not going to see evidence shown and I mean you're going to be forced to see the difference between evidence that can have doubt applied to it or not. You're not going to miss this. It's going to happen. If there's doubt, a defense attorney is going to poke holes in that evidence. So far, there's nothing that the prosecution has that, and you can just tell by the behavior of the prosecution. So you have this motion to dismiss and disqualify, to dismiss Karen Reed's charges and disqualify the Norfolk County DA from the case, right? You have this motion, and you have all this list of reasons why the case should absolutely be dismissed and the Norfolk County DA's office should be disqualified, right? But then, like, they put out two different opposition motions, and none of them address the things that are stated in the defense's motion to disqualify. None of them. One has 300 pages, the other one has 49 pages. And none of which have anything in their own defense as to why. As Melanie Little put it, you know, I know you are, but what am I? That's the vibe. I know you are, but what am I bullshit.
Wounds. A German Shepherd is a monster. I don't mean that in an anti-dog way. They can be great dogs, but if a German Shepherd attacks you in anger, I don't mean just playing around like you're playing fetch and it grabs on your arm. If that thing attacks you in anger, it's going to shred your arm. It's going to shred your arm. And if you don't think so, you can Google it. This is the first thing that I did when I saw this back in April.
All right.
Was to Google.
I have to address that because, as attorney Melanie Little stated yesterday and gave us a very brief recap of what was said based on a comment that she got, a very brief recap was that the expert, the dog trainer who trains German Shepherds, they're not naturally going to attack to destroy. They have to be taught to do that. And once a dog gets that taste of flesh, then you can't get them to never do that again. It's embedded in their DNA now. They're trained to attack. It is what it is, right? So, but the thing is a dog is generally not going to use their full force. This is what Melanie Little's dog trainer said on her live stream. Not her dog trainer, but the dog trainer that she had on her panel as a guest said that a dog is generally never going to just bite down and grasp on. It's going to make these bites that are going to make abrasions, but not actually like clamp on and never let go. That's not what they do. So those wounds are consistent with an untrained German Shepherd. A German Shepherd is going to grab and hold on and not let go, usually, if they're trained to do it. A German Shepherd specifically. Dogs have to be trained to bite and hold on, specifically German Shepherds, according to the dog trainer that Melanie Little had on her channel. I don't know this because I'm not a dog trainer. I don't know. I felt like I accomplished, like I discovered fire when I was able to teach Clubber how to sit within a week of having him. I was like, whoa! I mean, sitting. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got. You dropped a super chat and it vanished, Scott McGinnis. I don't know what happened, dude. It didn't show up, man. I'm sorry if that happened. Let me see real quick, unless I missed it. Oh, no, it's here. Here we go, Scott McGinnis. I found it. Kevin is taking daddy out of context. And thank you, Scott McGinnis. Kevin is taking daddy out of context. Turtle Boy being called daddy is a joke when Turtle Boy had to step in and rail the out of control Free Karen Reed Facebook page back then. Right. It was an inside joke within that group that just became an ongoing thing. And that's just part of his little campaign where he had to actually give a disclaimer that I'm not part of some hate campaign, which is just funny.
What dog bite attack pictures look like. Now, I ended up being not convinced either way. It was inconclusive to me, but it was definitely, I could not find anything that looked like what we see on John. Of course, you had to realize what we were looking at were autopsy photos, so they might look a little bit different. The pictures that you see online,
good boy, buddy,
tend to be on people that are still alive. I think actually everyone I saw was on someone still alive. So it's a little bright here, but the canine test came back negative. Okay, so that is the end of the story. That's the end of the dog part of the story. It just is. Okay,
you see how he just generalizes it like that. Canine test came back negative. Canine test came back negative, so that's the end of the dog story. Of course, he leaves out the fact that they never actually tested for canine DNA from his wounds that were inflicted on him. They never even sampled his tissue to test for it. He fails to mention that. He fails to mention that they tested it from his clothing, which the clothing was tested God knows how long later. Some of you actually know the actual time frame of when that took place. But long enough to where that evidence could be tainted, because it could have been tainted within whatever time period it was sitting on that hospital floor, which we saw pictures of. But he fails to mention that detail. What's Dietz saying here? Dietz says that because the prosecution has said it, he's making that statement without seeing the evidence of it. Wait to see what the experts show in trial. Right. Agreed. The question is that this is where Dietz and I disagree. Because Dietz isn't as convinced as the rest of us are on certain things, and that is absolutely her prerogative, and I totally support her opinion. I don't exactly align my opinions with hers, but I respect her opinion absolutely. Now, she's saying that she says that she wants this to go to trial for the sake of getting John O'Keefe justice. I feel differently about that, because I feel like the investigators that were charged with the responsibility of getting John O'Keefe justice failed in that sense already, because I believe in Karen Reed's rights as well. And I feel that there is enough evidence to feel that she's been railroaded. And if you're trying to get true justice, and she didn't disagree with me here. She just, I'm not saying that we disagreed on this particular point. I'm saying that she's looking forward to a trial coming, but not because of, oh, well, trial's going to be awesome. Not in that sense. She wants a trial to happen for the sake of being able to determine the facts from the facts from lies. She wants to be able to determine for herself, because she knows that in trial, that's when all of the evidence is going to be shown, and she can make her own safe determination of whether or not she believes Karen Read is guilty or not in a trial, just like any jury member would, of course. I'm of the opinion, personally, that I don't even think this should go to trial at this point.
Unless you're just going to cling to it. Then there's the fact that John, based on GPS, could not have gone in the house. He could not have. And it just doesn't make... And people say, well, why do you accept it?
Now, I think, personally, again, and this is, again, I'm sorry if it came off, if my title came off as clickbait, because I absolutely intended, because I have it pulled up. I absolutely intended on going over this document and going into more detail. But I mean, I could tell you in a nutshell quickly what I expect to happen tomorrow. And I expect Beverly Canone to dismiss the motion for sanctions and right. Dietz is going to word it better than I would. Going back to what I was saying about Dietz, because I don't like to speak for her, and I, of course, would prefer for her to clear this up herself. I want to see what each side's expert is going to say. Show if Karen Read is fully exonerated at trial, there will be a push for the true killer. If it doesn't go to trial, I'm afraid the prosecution will. And I see where you're going with this, and I don't disagree with you. This is why it's important that the let me explain here, Dietz, because you're not wrong at all, and I don't disagree with you. The issue is that the prosecution will just claim Karen Read got off on a loophole and won't actually encourage Ellie to search for the person who really did it. Right. That's actually everybody's fear here. That's actually everyone's fear. The issue, though, is this is why we're counting on the investigation from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Josh Levy's office. Because if the U.S. Attorney's Office proves that there is something wrong with this investigation, and if their findings are thorough enough, then this won't become a cold case. And there will be a further investigation into those responsible. There are people who believe that indictments are absolutely coming towards those people that were in 34 Fairview that night. But that all rests on whether or not Josh Levy's investigation doesn't come up empty, right? So we're all kind of counting on that. To get justice, actual justice for John O'Keefe, we're counting on the investigation from the U.S. Attorney's Office, the federal investigation. So if that is dismissed, if that comes up as a big fat nothing burger, and that's the thing is, let me put it into this perspective. If the U.S. Attorney's investigation comes up empty, it's definitely going to go to trial. I have no doubt in my mind that it's going to go to trial. So the trial will happen. But if this investigation, if the case gets dismissed without it going to trial, it will be based on the federal investigation into the investigation of John O'Keefe's death. So, and you're saying, right, that opinion is based on what we know right now. Tomorrow, or whether the Tuffy process takes, or the TUI process takes place, my opinion may change. Right. So it just boils down to it's just like I said, in a nutshell, if the federal investigation comes up empty, it's going to trial. The only way that I believe that Beverly Cannone, Judge Beverly Cannone, will dismiss this case, the only way she will is if the TUI investigation has something to it. Okay. His department can't charge anybody with murder. No. But they can uncover evidence that will be sufficient to charge someone with murder. Oh, Benjamin.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Benjamin John, thank you so much. And thank you, Cuck Church, for the dance. For Clever's Toy Fun, right on. Y'all spoil the hell out of this dog, man. Tell you, I'm grateful, but y'all spoil the hell out of this dog. I mean, it's not fence riding if you're waiting to hear from experts. That's not fence riding. That's, to me, that's absolutely fucking reasonable. That's absolutely reasonable. I don't think that that's fence riding. I would not consider that to be fence riding.
Accept one data and not and reject another data. It's not a sound argument, guys. All right. GPS is very solid data. A chip is installed in your phone or in any other, or nowadays in your car also, and it gets a one-way signal. It's compared to other types of data, it's a pretty simple thing. Health app data is designed to help.
Yeah, I was going to go over that too, Chris.
The more newer ones might also be like a watch or something, help to maybe detect a medical emergency or something like that. But to analyze your movements, a lot goes into that algorithm, and it's not designed to be precise. And you can look this up yourself, but you're going to find that the health app, when it comes to interpreting things like stair climbing, is all over the map. So it's not, the reason I choose one data over the other is not because it.
Okay, let me read this comment because I love my chat, man. I love you guys so much because there's a lot of really great insight in my chat, and I find it extremely insightful and useful. The Spectre report is saying it's not a question of charging anyone with murder by the DOJ. Right. It's a violation of civil rights and constitutional rights they have jurisdiction over. If the DOJ finds that the NDAO has violated Kara Reed's constitutional rights via this entire thing, to include whether willfully or not covering up evidence that exculpates her, exonerates her, let's say exonerates her, that's where they come in. Agreed. And Dietz, I agree with you. It's not fence riding at all. If you watch trials, then you are well aware of how different things are before trial versus what is actually shown and used in trial. Absolutely. I totally agree. Exculpates. Thank you. I totally agree. Hold on a second. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, so Josh Levy's Josh Levy. Yanetti's tweet here. Let's go ahead and read this real quick. It's a quote, and it says here, it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph is of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. And David Unetti is saying, we are in the arena. The triumph of high achievement is coming. Justice is coming. And I believe this. I can't look at everything that I've seen in this case and not believe this wholeheartedly. I just can't do it. So, yeah. So, David Unetti, we love you, buddy. All right.
A biasness. It's not bias. It's one data is better than the other, a lot better. And I don't even think if Rich Green actually does testify for the defense, and they actually ask him that question and he answers it honestly, he's going to say the GPS data is more reliable. So I'm not even sure we're going to see Rich Green testify. But the GPS shows that John did not go inside the house. Period. I mean, there was when they were at the edge of the when they were at the far end of the property, the signal weakened for 3 seconds. In that 3 seconds, the margin of error, which is normally 15 feet, which was well short of the house, in that 15 seconds, the margin of error expanded to include the house, only for 3 seconds. There's no indication of John ever moving towards the driveway. There's no pinging of him moving towards it, no pinging of him in the driveway. He never actually went very far from where the car was. So
I'm 90% sure that is Teddy Roosevelt, because I am familiar with that quote. And Teddy Roosevelt is probably my favorite president besides Lincoln. I thought Roosevelt was awesome. But, what do I know?
So the only way he could have been inside the house, according to that GPS, is if he got out of the car, flew in literally like Superman, somehow flew through an open window, and then flew back out and made it back all within 3 seconds. So John didn't go in the house. And we've known this since September, but people are going to cling to the conspiracy theories. And, so you'll be that guy on the Titanic, chugging down at the end and trying to find that last spot on the lifeboat. I don't know. It's time to get off. All right. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't room for reasonable doubt, right? That's a separate issue. Maybe you'll find some other vehicle hit Karen, right?
See, here's the thing is I'm not telling anybody who thinks that Karen Reed is guilty to shut up. Give it up. Stop. Oh my God. What am I going to do? If you guys don't stop this, how dare you? You guys are going crazy and you're driving me crazy. You need to stop. Get off this. Get off the sinking Titanic or... I mean, get real, dude. Calm down, bro. It's like, calm the fuck down.
Right? I mean, but maybe something else happened in the yard. Maybe John got jumped in the yard or something like that. You can entertain those possibilities. But the data is clear. 1, he was not attacked by a dog. 2, he did not go inside the house. That part of the conspiracy theory is gone. 3, the defense knows, not just from the testimony, but they know from the data that Colin was gone by the time John and Karen arrived. They know it. So if any of you out there are communicating with Karen via her encryption app, Signal, ask her. See what she's now. I don't expect her to tell you, but I mean, you're going to find out eventually. So if she wants to maintain your friendship through this trial, maybe she might tell you now. All right. But the evidence shows that Colin was gone several minutes before John and Karen arrived in their car. And that's just beyond any dispute. So for the people that are out there trying to blame a kid, a 17-year-old kid, my God, you're going to take a kid like this and try to ruin his life just so you can feel better about yourself because you have this social connection of a conspiracy thing that makes, now you get to go out in court and everybody gets to cheer and say, welcome home, daddy, and stuff like that. Really, it's that important to you to feel like you're connected to this social movement that you're willing to smear an innocent kid? I don't know. There's something wrong. There's something seriously wrong. Now, there's more data. We just found
the problem with that though is it smearing an innocent kid any more than it's smearing Karen Reed. Like, because you're only basing Karen Reed's guilt on what the prosecution has and what the Commonwealth has said about Karen Reed. You're making this judgment about Karen Reed without any sound evidence. But the thing is, I mean, the bottom line is Colin Albert had motive. A. B. A Ford Edge was seen outside of 34 Fairview that night. And Colin Albert was known to be driving a Ford Edge that was registered in his mother's name. So it's not crazy to think that Colin Albert could have been responsible for this. Now, I have not personally pointed any fingers at anyone. The closest thing that I came to it was trying to figure out who besides Karen Reed would have motive. And this is my favorite. Now, my ADHD, I jump from thought to thought. Excuse me. Let me finish my first thought. The thing is, the motive, the theory that I had was, I felt like Matt McCabe had motive, but I had no theory behind actually what necessarily happened. I had a very, very loose theory that I kind of played around with, but I was very careful in delivering this theory. Like, dude, I don't know. You know, I'm not pointing fingers at Matt McCabe. And even Turtle Boy on this channel was like, no, dude, no, not Matt McCabe. No way. And he knows more than I do. So I was like, okay, all right, fair enough. But that brings me to another thought. So Grant, he is just pushing so much. He keeps pushing this question about whether or not Karen Reed was if she went back, why did Karen Reed go back to 34 Fairview? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. But he also bases his theory that Karen Reed had motive because she was supposedly having an affair with Higgins, the ATF agent that was also in 34 Fairview. Okay. Now, first of all, when you watch Grant, I mean, he's standing out there outside of the courthouse and he's calling everybody anti-Semites because they don't like him, right? So he's accusing people of being anti-Semites. And somebody made some stupid hate video about me, one of very many. And then he's like, so the Glaire's a cocaine dealer too. Bro, never sold cocaine in my life. But he jumped to this conclusion. But this is very funny because he says, based on his logic, that if Higgins, which I don't know why he feels that Higgins was having an affair with Karen Reed and she, you know, she was engaged in infidelity, right? What you're inadvertently doing, Grant, you're not thinking, homie, because what you just did was just created more motive for inside the house. By making this accusation and saying that Karen Reed was having well, I can't call it an extramarital affair, but having an affair with this ATF agent that was in the house. Well, guess what? That gives the ATF agent motive. That absolutely gives Higgins motive to kill John O'Keefe. Sorry, Grant, but it does. Now, I don't believe that. I'm not subscribing to this simply because Grant is the worst source for information that I have yet to see, besides Bullhorn Betty. Besides Bullhorn Betty, Grant is absolutely the worst source of information that I have yet to see on this platform. So I'm not investing anything in that. I don't believe that shit. I'm not saying I don't know. I don't know if they were having an affair, but I don't have any evidence to say that they were. But you're saying that Karen Reed had motive to kill John O'Keefe because she was having an affair with Higgins. No. That actually gives Higgins more motive to kill John O'Keefe than Karen Reed. That absolutely gives Higgins more motive. So now you're implicating another person at 34 Fairview that night. You're not very good at this, are you, Grant? Wow.
Just found out that 5 witnesses from the firefighters and the paramedics all heard Karen saying something to the effect at the scene of "I him." Now, I don't actually necessarily even think that that's a very vital piece of information because we don't know what she was saying and why. Maybe she was saying, "Did I him?" It seems a little bit unlikely that someone, if they were trying to cover up their own actions, would be saying "I him," right? So I don't put too much meaning on it. But for all the people that are trying to question that, we now know there were 5 witnesses. I've gone over the physical evidence way too much on this channel to go over it again, but the physical evidence strongly establishes beyond any doubt that John was hit by a vehicle. Whether that vehicle was Karen's, well, there's a strong link to that. Is it beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, a jury will have to decide that. Do those taillight pieces match?
11. Why? If they're trying to prove that she was hit by a vehicle, why was there no evidence taken? Why was there no samples taken from his wounds? And why was it not tested? Because again, as I stated at the beginning of this live stream, why, if you're trying to prove that John O'Keefe died under suspicious circumstances and it was a homicide, well, then you would absolutely test those wounds for, like I said before, fluids that would come from the vehicle, plastics that might come from a vehicle, latex from the bumper, or whatever the hell. You would test it. You would test all of these. You would test his wounds for any trace of Karen Reed's vehicle. But you didn't. The best thing that they could come up with was that pieces of the taillight, which is in question of whether or not the taillight was, pieces of the taillight were planted. The best that the prosecution can come up with is that pieces of the taillight were found in John O'Keefe's clothing. That's the best that the Commonwealth could come up with. So, but why don't we have any evidence of Karen Reed's vehicle on John O'Keefe's person? You're sitting here saying factually he was hit by a car. We know for a fact that Karen Reed, or that John O'Keefe, was killed by a vehicle. You're saying we know this for a fact. How? Based on what evidence? Based on what evidence that I can't poke a hole through right now?
That's exactly her car. We haven't had a chance to see that, like a jury will, like we'll see in the trial. So it is important to keep that in mind. I mean, you don't want to rush to judgment in any case. That's why people have trials, and that's why everybody has a presumption of innocence. So is it beyond all possibility that somebody else struck John on the road? Now, that's not the defense's theory. So, and I have never heard them propose that as even a possibility. So that to me is telling, right? Why didn't they try to go with that theory, especially after they know that John never went in the house? They do know.
Because they're not. Because they never tested his person for traces of a vehicle. That's why the defense is not entertaining the theory that he was hit by a vehicle. That's why they're disputing that he was hit by a vehicle at all, because there's nothing to indicate that he was hit by a vehicle other than pieces of a taillight in his clothing, which they're already being accused of planting.
Do know this, and they're not going to try to present that to a jury. There's no way they're going to do that. Again, that's a prediction. Don't say I'm lying if it turns out to be not true. Okay, let me take a sip. All right, now 227 in deletions. We've talked about it forever. There's no reason for any reasonable person to believe that Jen McCabe deleted anything at that made the search at 227. You have, as we've said for a long time.
All right, here's your choices, folks. Okay, either I get rid of the super chat song altogether. Here's your choice. But if I get rid of the super chat dance from Cuck Church, if I get rid of that, then I'm going to replace it with announcing every time I take a sip. Let me take a sip. Every time I take a sip, I'm going to announce it to you guys, okay? So you have that choice, okay? Either the super chat Cuck Church dance when I get a super chat, or every time I take a sip from this cup, I'm going to announce it to you guys that I take a sip. That's your choice. You let me know. Okay? Hold on, let me take a sip. Okay.
Time, in addition to Jessica Hyde, to celebrate, senior expert is going to testify that is either not the case or not likely at all the case. We'll see exactly how they word it and what they say, but that this had to do with wall files and this and that. No need to bore everybody going into that now, and I'm not a data guy. But it's enough to know that these very high-profile experts are going to give the public, give the jury a reasonable explanation as to how one version of the software.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Thank you, Suzanne. And thank you, 20. Oh, clever. I like the way you did that. Okay. Hold on. Let me take a sip. Oh, my goodness.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Okay. All right. You guys are going to make me get sick of that song. You keep super chatting me just to tell me to keep the song.
Where produced that anomaly, whereas the other versions of it did not. As far as the deletions, you know, Olivia posted today or yesterday, something about if they find, once they get the messages from Verizon, if they're able to establish that there was a single deletion, then that establishes strong doubt in terms of the truthfulness of of Jen and also of the trooper. And that's reasonable to a point. All right. It certainly might develop some trust issue with as the way that the analysis of the data was presented. It's not impossible that you could have one single deletion and it was pretty innocuous and Jen didn't even really remember it, because I do that kind of stuff all the time. So, and I don't have any inside information on this. I'm actually entirely reading this between the lines, looking at Olivia, knowing that Olivia probably has access to the discovery data. Not that she's being shown it, but she has access to some understanding of it from talking to Karen. So
So has it been established that Karen and Olivia are talking to each other? Or no, isn't Plevin's theory that Karen is Olivia? I mean, but we're the conspiracy theorists, right? I love how Olivia just was right there in the chat, like, bro, I've never fucking spoken to fucking Karen, bro. Like never. Kevin, you're just making shit up, dude. Stop it, bro. Like, or I'm sorry. Let me do a Plevin here. Stop it. Stop. There we go. You did tune in at the perfect time, Olivia. You absolutely. Olivia has discovery. That tells you everything, because the nature of the dynamic between Plevin and Olivia on Twitter is that Olivia owns Plevin, bro. She fucking owns this guy that you're looking at right here. Like, you guys want to have some fun? If you're not on Twitter, create a Twitter account and follow this case and just watch the interactions between Plevin and Olivia. And Plevin just can't handle it. So that's also very telling. So Plevin, since he can't come up with any rational, logical argument against Olivia and her arguments, then there must be a conspiracy, and Olivia must be in cahoots with Karen Reed, and discovery is being shared. I mean, what discovery, bro? You mean the discovery that the prosecution has still failed to share with the defense? That discovery? So Olivia has it, though, right? Plevin, Olivia has the discovery that the prosecution has failed to share with the defense for 2 years. Okay. This dude just kills me, bro. Exactly, Picard.
I think she's pretty clever. She's smart. You know, they're both intelligent people. So I think they could be setting up something there. But again, I don't have any inside information on it. So as an example, so let's say, and again, this is just completely, please, this is hypothetical. So at the scene, Jen called her sister inside the house, and then her brother-in-law. And hypothetically, maybe she hasn't called her brother-in-law in a long time. Maybe she just normally calls her sister. That's very normal. Like, I call my brother sometimes, but I don't call his wife. I honestly don't remember ever calling his wife. It's not because I don't like her and not close or anything like that. We see them regularly. I just have never had, I don't even think her number's in my phone. I know her cell phone number, their home number is, her cell phone number is not in my contacts. But if in an emergency, I suddenly had to call her, then you're scrambling to find that. I might find it somewhere, or I might even look, when I looked in there, because I hadn't looked at it for a long time, I might find that it was in there twice in the contacts. I have multiple people in my phone where I have them in there twice. Like, I added them as a contact and then forgot, don't have regular communication with them. So then maybe 6 months later, for some reason, I had to put them in as a contact, and I didn't realize that I already had, so I added it again. So then you might look at that and go and delete it. And it'll be very innocent, and you would probably forget about it. So again, that's a hypothetical. I am not saying that happened here. So you really have to see all the evidence, and you have to see the testimony in the trial and see the explanation for it. If this is a case where there is building doubt about a lot of the evidence, and then on the other hand, you have a deletion, a single deletion, it becomes more meaningful if you're really relying just on that, on thin evidence, and then you're looking at that one.
Stop. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second here. All right. Let's review one of Olivia's posts while we're at it. So one deletion, huh? One deletion? Okay. This guy kills me, bro. I love this guy. I fucking love Plevin, bro. Shit is great. Let's read the highlighted comments here. Okay, in regards to Jennifer McCabe's phone, because that stuff's gonna become very public very soon. Okay. I'm sorry for the giggles, man. Like, this shit is overwhelmingly funny to me. So 5 hours after his death in the AM on January 29, 2022, that is not a coincidence. That is now significantly, however, forensic extraction software was unable to recover all the communication deleted by Ms. McCabe during the relevant time period. As set forth the defendant's rule, blah, 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 blah. Computer forensics expert Richard Green was able to conclusively verify that there were, in fact, communications that were deleted by Ms. McCabe on January 29, 2022, which could not be recovered using forensic extractions software such as Celebrite. For example, Mr. Green cross-referenced all call entries recovered from Jennifer McCabe's cell phone on January 29, 2022, with data obtained from the defendant's cell phone. Notably, although O'Keefe's cell phone shows that Jennifer McCabe called the decedent 17 times in the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Only one of those calls is found in Jennifer McCabe's call history, and it is marked as deleted. Okay? Notably, although O'Keefe's cell phone shows that Jennifer McCabe called the descendant 17 times. So on Jennifer McCabe's phone, it only shows the one deleted call, right? Via Celebrite. But on John O'Keefe's phone, explain this. Why are there 17 calls in those morning hours of the 29th? 17 calls between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe. Now, everybody's wanting to throw stones. Decedent? Okay, thank you guys. Some of these words I've never fucking heard before. Sorry. But right. I attach court documents to my posts. You might want to give it a try. Exactly. So, okay. Looking for his phone. Fair enough. Right. Looking for his phone. That's one possibility. Or looking for John. They were out looking for him. It makes sense that she would be out. If I was out trying to get a hold of somebody, well, okay, well, he's not answering for me. Maybe you try him. Right? They were her, Karen Reed, and Carrie Roberts were all in the same vehicle, supposedly out looking for John O'Keefe. So it would make sense that Jen McCabe would call his phone a bunch of times looking for him. What doesn't make sense is why she would delete them. That's what doesn't add up. So there's only one that shows that Celebrite shows. There's only one call that looks deleted that shows it was deleted from Celebrite. But John O'Keefe's phone, the data on John O'Keefe's phone shows that she called 17 times. So why did she delete 16 of those interactions? That's the question. And I'll just read the highlighted stuff. The absence of recent historical call informant regrets or suggests that, oh my God, I think I need glasses, man, for real. That a user has taken affirmative steps to delete their call history. In my professional opinion, this is Green talking, the confirmed deletion of recent historical call information suggests that a user has engaged in efforts to tamper with, alter, destroy, and or hide information or evidence. I mean, so the prosecution has their experts, but the defense has their experts too. This goes into what Dietz was talking about earlier. Dietz was saying, well, I want to hear from these experts. I want to hear them testify. And when it's presented in court and the way these questions are asked and how they're answered while sitting on a stand makes a difference. makes a difference between that and there tends to be a difference between that and what you're seeing on paper here. But I don't know if it was 17 times before they went looking. But I know what you're saying. P. St. Croix. I know what you're saying. My whole thing with Jen McCabe is just she's a fucking liar. Like, there's no way you're gonna tell me that she saw that she was texting with John, talking to him on the phone, and saw Karen Reed's SUV pull up to the house. Then she says, pull up behind my car. And then she sees Karen Reed's SUV pull up to the side of the property, and then actually sees Karen Reed's SUV drive away from the property. And that's the last she sees of it, but never witnesses the actual event that is significant in that scenario. The one event that is actually significant is whether or not Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with that car. She didn't hear an argument. She didn't hear anybody yelling and screaming. She didn't hear anything. Right? But she saw the vehicle from the time it got there to the time of it leaving the property altogether, but never saw the event in question. Not to mention that she fought tooth and nail to make sure that she would never have to testify in open court. She doesn't want to be a witness. But of course, Turtle Boy is, intimidating her. But, she's not a witness. Right? According to her. Okay. But, I saw everything surrounding Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe with her car and the argument that would have led up to this. She didn't hear a word. I mean, dude, it's just mind-blowing to me, dude. Let me get back to Plevin here.
That shows, first of all, that John never went in the house. And second of all, that Karen's vehicle struck him. So I don't think we'll see. This is why you have trials, and we'll see how
there's no evidence that says that Karen Reed.
My understanding is that we only know
nothing
about 3%
valid
of the evidence that'll be presented in trial. So you're going to see a lot of stuff. I've done a lot of research on the grand jury process, and the way it works is that the grand jury, the only people there are the witnesses that are testifying, and the grand jurors, and the prosecutor, and the judge, and there's maybe a clerk there, or if needed, be a translator, and that's it. And it's kind of a sacred process. And the grand jury they're just looking to establish probable cause in order to justify a trial. But they're given the evidence over however many days that it takes, and then they are sent to a room to deliberate by themselves. The prosecution doesn't tell them what to do. At most, the prosecution might lead them in a direction by pointing out what the laws are that they can consider. So whatever that grand jury saw, it was they who upped the charges to second degree, which means malicious intent. They did that. So they saw something that at the very least told them there was probable cause to investigate whether there was malicious intent and what happened to John. So we don't know what that is. That stuff has not been presented to us. The state's not going to present any more than it has to in order to get the charging through. And they occasionally put a little bit here and there in subsequent documents. They give us a little taste. So for instance, we got something about the vehicle data in September. But for the most part, they're going to save all their ammo until the trial. There's a lot of reasons for that, but I don't think we have to go into it. I think you can kind of understand why. They're not conducting a public trial. It's the trial. And so they don't want to tip off any more than they have to the defense team exactly how they're going to present their case. So, the defense team knows this. The judge understands this. Everybody understands this. It works in the legal system, but the rest of us maybe don't understand all of that. And that's why I think it's good that we look at something like cases like this, but because we're learning so much, right? But I think it's important that we keep in mind we haven't seen a trial, right? So we have not seen this evidence. Now, does the defense also have evidence like that we haven't seen? Maybe it's in discovery, so the prosecution has seen it. But when you look at what's been going on here, and not just in this case, but really in any case, this is kind of typical. The defense is trying to present a case to the public. They're trying to influence the jury pool. It's just smart strategy. It's what they're going to do. And this is where occasionally people thought Judge Canone was against the defense team because she tended.
Okay, so where is the definitive evidence that the defense is trying to influence the jury pool? Where is the definitive evidence that they spoke to the press, which is what every defense attorney would normally do? I mean, is that it? Where's the definitive evidence? Because I can tell you that there's definitive evidence that the prosecution tried to influence the jury pool. Definitive evidence that District Attorney Morrissey planned and put out. He put it out there. He recorded a close to 6-minute video with every intention of trying to influence the jury pool. Why? I mean, how do I know this? Because he stated that certain people were factually innocent and were victims. Clever, stop. Come on. I mean, this needs to stop. He put out a video that was absolutely and totally unethical to do so. That is not what you do as a prosecutor or as a DA. As a DA, what you do is you just wait. You wait until trial and you present your evidence. You don't try to control the public narrative. You never, ever do that. No prosecutor have I ever seen do that. 9 out of 10 times, they will stand there at a press conference and go, it's still an open investigation, and this is as much as I'm willing to say. And then when the press starts going crazy asking questions, what do? They go, it's still an open investigation. I'm not willing to, I'm not going to answer that. Not going to answer that, not going to answer that, not going to answer that. They keep everything close to the chest. What they don't do is jump to some sort of public defense against the defense. Right. He gave his closing arguments on a video. I mean, come on, dude.
Tended to come down a little bit harder on them during the hearings. No, because she understood what they were doing. What they were doing was they're supposed to be presenting things, for instance, like when Alan Jackson showed the big photo of John's arm. They're supposed to be showing that to the judge, but they were showing it to the camera. That's not what they're supposed to do. And so she would kind of warn them and stuff like that. But it doesn't mean she doesn't like them or she doesn't. It has nothing to do with that. Her job is to be harsh when they're doing stuff like that. She goes into it knowing they're going to do it. She knows that in the next trial, in the next next defense team is going to be up there. Especially, well, certainly if it's a case that the public is paying attention to, they're going to do the same thing. So it's just the way it is. So, but we weren't used to that. A lot of us in June as we're watching this stuff, it was the first time for us. So, or first time for a lot of us anyway. So it's important to keep all that stuff in mind. Let's see what else we have. So the feds, as we talked about the other day, have turned over their material to both sides. As we can imagine, this material is quite a bit. It's a big stash of stuff. And this is why the defense, well, we assume why they filed a motion at 4:15 yesterday for the hearing that's coming Monday, which is the last pre-trial hearing, to delay that. And I'm assuming that the reason was they need time to go over the material. Understandable. I can't say, again, I'm going to predict that the judge still has them appear in court Monday. That's what she did last time. So that seems to be her way. Now, maybe when they get in court, she will, they'll argue for more time or something like that. And maybe she'll give it to them. I don't know. Hold on a second. I hear the dogs barking. This is probably a pizza, I'm assuming, this time of night when it comes. Just so you understand, Steve, if you're listening, we have a security system. So when they come, we don't even have to open the door. We just say it over the microphone.
Somebody, like, let me publicly say, you're a fucking asshole if you're doing that, man. Like, seriously, if you're sending pizza to this guy's house, man, think of the pizza guy. You know what I mean? Like, think of the pizza guy. And I don't even give a shit if it's D&E pizza. Like, that's not fucking cool. You know, if somebody's working an honest job to pay their bills, you know, and you know what I mean? You send a fucking pizza delivery guy over to this guy's house. Like, that's, it's funny, but it's a shitty fucking thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, it's, yeah, seriously, like, don't do that, man. Come on.
We didn't order it, and they go away, and that's it. So it's really doesn't. The only person it really hurts is the company that you ordered, that you just abused. You just took some poor sap who's working hard. When I was 20, 19,
I agree with him.
I worked for Domino's Pizza actually for a couple months, and you know, I mean, if those guys depend on their tips, they're paid less than minimum wage because they depend on their tips. So if you're taking away this guy's ability to earn a living, just think about that. You're not hurting me; you're hurting them. So I mean, I would hope you would have some understanding of that.
I agree with him.
I don't even usually mention your name because it's not worth, it's not worth it. It doesn't bother us, but you got to really start thinking about this stuff. That what kind of man you want to be? Do you want to be just abusing innocent working class guys or women who are trying to go out there and earn a living? Is that really what you want to do? Is it? I saw a post before that was well written by him, in which he talked about getting bullied growing up.
I mean, but we don't need a fucking, a life lesson in morality over it either, bro. You know what I mean? It's just like, you saw how I explained it just now. Just like, it sucks. Like, don't do it. It sucks. It's a shitty thing to do, period. Leave it at that. You need a fucking life lesson about what kind of man do you want to be? Or you want to be the kind of man who does this and you blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. Like, just leave it at that. Gives a shit. But you think that that's going to influence somebody? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if somebody, the person who did that shit, do you think that they're going to sit there and listen to Plevin's fucking life lessons and go, well, damn. You need to do some self-evaluating. Like, all of a sudden, they're just going to have this epiphany because Plevin said so, and then you're just going to sit there and be like,
I'm retarded?
No, bro. No. Plevin. Like, that's just going to fucking rile them up that much more. That's just going to make them go, fuck this guy. I'm going to send over a fucking hired clown and a male stripper and all kinds of shit.
Growing up. So is this what you want to do now? You want to become the bully, and your way of doing it is by sending people pizzas and tampons to Grant's house or whatever? I mean, what is the purpose of that? To try to silence people? See, people that try to silence other people, that's a form of bullying. So you're now being the bully. And in this case, you're not really doing any damage to me or anything like that, but you need to start weighing this stuff.
I mean, they're just tampons, bro. You know what I mean? Like, they're just tampons. Like, it's not like they TP'd his house. You know what I mean? They put a box of tampons at his door, as I understand it. Like, okay, it's kind of lame, actually. Like, you can't think of anything better to do than that. Like, but Grant's no victim over that shit, dude. Like, Grant straight up, like, knocked down fucking Tom's CPU. And for what? Like, he knocked his ass down. Like, for what? For what? To harass Turtle Boy? Turtle Boy was straight up like he already told him, like, while he was on the steps, he was just like, are there any, like, directed at Grant, are there any questions from a real reporter? Anybody who fucking matters want to ask me a question? Like, I'm happy to answer a question from somebody who fucking is, not a complete and utter delusional fucking psycho. Like, So he could, you know what I mean? Like he chased down Turtle Boy just to continue to ask him questions that Turtle Boy already made clear he wasn't going to answer. And you knocked Tom down over it?
Anyways, so we'll see what happens Monday. My understanding is that there are no bombshells in these federal documents. And
where
I've heard.
Okay.
But
heard from where, bro? Is that the same fucking source that told you that Olivia had access to the discovery? Like where are you hearing the contents of this? What's your source for that information? Grant? That there's no bombshells in this? I mean, where are you coming up with these conclusions, bro? It's to my understanding that there are no bombshells in the dude. How do you know? Right, the federal documents that are under seal, right? So who'd you talk to? Did you talk to Lolly? I'll even give you like fucking Mello. Did you talk to Mello? Right? Which I don't even think Mello even knows what's in those fucking documents. So, like, where'd you get this inside information? You know, you have a source who has access to these federal documents that are under seal. Awesome, bro. You talk to the pizza guy. Stop it. How am I not supposed to laugh at this dude, bro? How am I not supposed to do that?
But it also makes sense because there were no indictments. There were no press conferences. Yannetti didn't go out and hold a press conference and say, my client is innocent and this document proves it. Did I miss that? That didn't happen. So it didn't happen, guys. So the Fed's not coming. They did an extensive investigation. So there's no doubt always going to be something in there that a defense team can seize on, just like the imaginary gap in the library video,
okay,
the non-human hair, things.
There's nothing that says that the federal investigation is over either. There's nothing that says that they've concluded their investigation. They're just sharing their findings for reasons being that there's a trial coming up, right? They're sharing their findings. That means what they have so far. But there's nothing saying that they've concluded their investigation. There's nothing. Where did you hear that they concluded their investigation and that they found nothing? Where is that? I'm not saying they found anything either. I'm not saying that. I'm saying tomorrow it might just be fucking zilch. Nothing. Right? Might just be zilch, and this is going to move on and move forward to trial. For all we know, we don't really know. So it's just, this guy just kills me, dude. Right. Ongoing, bro. Ongoing means ongoing, dude.
Things like that. I don't doubt that they'll be able to find things like that. But they didn't find enough for a federal grand jury to indict anybody. The helicopters are not landing on the roofs in Canton as we speak. The people that told you that, if they're still telling you that, remember that little clip from the Titanic, because that's what they are. They're on the ship as it's going down, and they haven't even admitted to themselves that it's going down, which is it's just extraordinary. It shows the power of the human mind to make yourself believe something that you've invested a lot in, and it's really important to you for emotional reasons or for grifting reasons or whatever. It's really important for you to believe in it. So, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, so let's see. I'll just put a quote up here from Coffee Kristen. So let's see what we hear in court Monday, assuming there is a hearing Monday, because it's also possible.
It's also
possible that the judge will grant that delay. That doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like that she won't at least have them appear in court. Now, I spent much of the day.
That's an excellent point right there. If it was over, it wouldn't be under seal. Now, I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume like common sense would draw me to that conclusion, you know. But I don't know that for a fact. But no, I mean, there's no indication that this federal investigation has concluded. And come on, man.
Talking to my best friend from college, who's a judge now, but not in his state. He was a judge in Colorado. And unfortunately, in many ways, it didn't really clear up what's going on here because we don't know what the feds turned over and we hear contradictory things on it. But he told me that it would not be the grand jury testimony because that stuff is never turned over unless there's an indictment and there's a trial. That stuff is kept secret. And no one has the right to turn it over. No one has the power to turn it over. So I don't know. I mean, you hear different things on this. So you might say, well, would it make sense for...
What do you mean, dude? The feds do. The feds do. They have the right to turn it over. Of course they do. What do you mean? And yeah, nice catch, Olivia. But he knew what the feds turned over, right? I mean, he doesn't know what the feds turned over. He just has somebody who's told him that they don't have anything. So he didn't claim to know that what the feds turned over. He just heard from somebody that what they turned over didn't contain anything incriminating. But I mean, come on, though. Like, yes, proof and pizza. Stop it.
The feds to sum up what those grand jurors found. My understanding is no, because that would be considered work product. And that's something that they also wouldn't share. So he said the only thing that they would share is the actual evidence that they gathered. Again, we'll see, right? And because you get into this here, he's not a federal judge. And this whole case comes into some really unique, very unique, strange gray areas. We have a dual system of justice. We have dual sovereignty. So the state has its sphere and the federal system has its sphere. And there's no power. So for instance, I wondered, is there any way that Judge Canone could compel the U.S. Attorney's Office to send someone there to give them an update, what's going on, to explain if they had any conclusions or anything like that. But that doesn't seem to be the case. And she would have no power to do that. I also wondered if she could ask the federal judge that oversaw the federal grand jury to see if he could compel the U.S. Attorney's Office to send someone.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super chat. I think we.
Bob Brown, thank you again, buddy. Will, you would make an amazing lawyer doing cross-examinations. You would have the jury pissing their pants laughing. Your commentary is priceless. Thank you, Bob Brown. Appreciate that. But I told you guys, man, I would make a terrible fucking lawyer. Terrible. Like, if all I had to do was just show up to trial and cross-examine people, maybe. Maybe. In a fantasy world, but no.
And someone and kind of update things. And he seemed to be very skeptical that that would be possible, because even then the U.S. attorney could fight it. At the end of the day, there could be some way of possibly compelling it, but you're talking about a long battle. So the trial is set for a few weeks. So, I mean, to me, it's always possible that Judge Canone can ask the U.S. attorney to send someone there. But then there are laws and past decisions and things like that that instruct what the U.S. attorney could actually say and couldn't say. And it seems like there's a lot of things that they wouldn't be able to say. So I'm not even sure if the U.S. attorney himself, Josh Levy, could show up at the state court and say, yep, we investigated this and we didn't find anything. Or we investigated this and the grand jury voted no true bill. I'm not sure if they could actually do this. There are examples when the U.S. attorney can report no true bill. And my friend had said that there were times that he had done this as a state judge when it was in the public interest. This is clearly one of those times when it is in the public interest. But it's complicated by the fact of the trial that's coming up. So, is it something that you have to wait until after the trial if you want to make a statement? I don't know. Because you're also trying to just go by common sense issues of fairness here. So if you leave it hanging out there that the federal grand jury was investigating this and you don't make it public that they reached a no true bill decision, does that harm the state's case in an upcoming murder trial? So there are a lot of issues here, and there does not seem to be any clear resolution to them. And it's going to be amazing to find out exactly what they're saying.
It's
Kelly,
not that complicated.
Dave's not coming on tonight. Okay, we'll be having him on soon. I think his book is out, and there's no reason to talk about Dave. So please, I don't want to have to put you in timeout. He's not part of the show tonight, so there's just no reason to talk about it. Okay, Kelly? Is there anything else relative to this case that you might be interested in? Or the other question that we put out there, if you just arrived, if anybody's interested, is there any other cases that you'd like us all to look into and we can discuss? We can look over the evidence and dig deep into them, because I think there's a public value to us all doing that. So just give it some thought and see what you think. But let's try to stay off the topic of Dave. He's not on tonight. Let me look through the comments and see. We get caught up and see if anybody has anything good. So if anybody does, yeah, no dog DNA, absolutely. There will be more scratches, absolutely. Shepard's also shed a lot. Yep, good point. Frank Perry says,
Y'all in chat are killing me.
FBI, open up!
Dave's not here.
Karen is laying on the door and letting TB sink with the ship. Yeah, with the Titanic. Tom says he was the last guy in the boat. Well, only if the bar doesn't run out of bushies. Right, Tom? Elaine says, I have a German Shepherd. You're right. Yeah, and they're great dogs. It's just, but obviously they're a big, strong dog that is designed for guard duty and things like that. Or maybe I'm just thinking of Hogan's Heroes. I don't know. But they, if they're going to attack, they're going to leave their mark.
Let's take a sip.
Godboy fan says John was never in the house. Absolutely.
He did leave a mark. He left a lot of marks.
Jay James says those are bite marks. Sorry to inform you all. So there's really no evidence that's ever going to convince you at this point. I mean, how do you explain? The canine, John's clothing was sent to a lab that was agreed to by an independent lab that was agreed to by both sides. Okay, so and there absolutely would be canine material all over John's clothing, and they didn't get it. So it's done. The dog is done. That doesn't mean, so that's just one part of the theory, right? So you have to look at all the other parts. Just because the dog attack didn't happen doesn't mean whatever happened, So that alone doesn't rule out John going inside the house and getting in a fight in there or slipping and falling down the stairs or whatever. But that one part of the conspiracy theory is gone. Kerry Lama says she's a nurse. I've seen a million dog bites, and those are not dog bites. Well, first of all, Kerry, thank you for your service as a nurse. My family's dealt with a lot of nurses, unfortunately, in the last year, and they've all been great. So they have a really difficult job, and we're all extremely appreciative. I hope you know that the families that see you at work, they're really appreciative of what you do, the compassion that you guys show. It means a lot, and those are the worst times in somebody's life and in their families usually. So thank you for what you do. MJ says, sound data 3 flights of stairs. The flights of stairs just didn't happen. So I can tell you why, though. The time that Rich Green has been going up and down the stairs, in actuality, they were still driving. And that's proven by the GPS data. And the GPS data is just it's not only the GPS data, but it's also proven by Waze. They punched in Waze at 12:30, I believe. And at that time, they were about 3 or 4 minutes away driving. And Karen missed the turn onto Fairview and had to turn around and come back. So lost maybe, 20 seconds there or something like that. So there just was no time for that flights of stair that Rich Green managed to find. It just is impossible. So there was no stairs. Shamrock Sports is my friend Mike. Hi, Mike. Good to see you. We'll have to do a draft show again this year. We haven't done that for a few years.
Wait, what?
So let's do a draft show. It's just time. And at that time, they were about 3 or 4 minutes away driving. And Karen missed the turn onto Fairview and had to turn around and come back. So lost maybe, 20 seconds there or something like that. So there just was no time for that flights of stair that Rich Green managed to find. It just is impossible. So there was no stairs. Shamrock Sports is my friend Mike. Hi, Mike. Good to see you. We'll have to do a draft show again this year. We haven't done that for a few years. So let's do a draft show. And we were all excited the last time we did that because they got Mac Jones. We're a little less excited about Mac Jones these days, but Glara's size medium shirt says, I'm wearing a double X, by the way. I always wear oversized.
Oh.
I'm always been in between.
This is a size medium shirt, by the way. Nice troll. I love it.
XL and double XL. I wear XL and it fits too tight. And as you get older, you don't want stuff fitting tight. Trust me. He says Apple's step data wasn't designed to be a forensic tool. GPS.
Yo. I like everything tight.
Is BT says hi BT, good to see you. How do you know he didn't fly in the house? I don't. That's true. He could have. I'm lying. He really did fly. Tuesday Gazette, great name. A common symptom of a brain bleed is seizures. I'm wondering if the stairs was what registered. Well, no, because the data that the health app data found that stair walking stuff that Rich Green reports, that's when they were still driving. So I would guess that Karen was, you saw the way Karen, she had a lot to drink. And even when she was parked, she was sitting there with two hands, according to Ryan Nagel, on the wheel. So probably a cautious driver, a little bit of a snowy night. So I'm going to guess she wasn't. And John's got a drink. So she's probably not exactly, driving real fast going to the house. And there would have been slight changes in elevation on the streets. My guess is that the algorithm interpreted that as somebody jogging or walking up and down stairs or whatever. So I've heard of a lot of examples of this, of Apple Health making mistakes, particularly when it comes to elevations. So I don't, you got that satellite data. Getting elevation is difficult. Getting all the angles and stuff like that in order to calculate that, it's not that easy. And I don't know what else goes into it.
I don't know the first thing that goes into it. What are you talking
Casey
about?
says, I have to vacuum every day. The fur from the dogs. Yeah. Lori Amon says, driving or walking a hill slow is going up and down stairs. I think so. Oh, God, I'm way behind again. I got to speed go through these things to get caught up. Hey, Zeke from Australia. Good to see you, man. Oh, so there's a good point here. Jeff said that he hit him so hard that his shoes flew off, or one of them did. And I'm told that by police that generally when people find a hit and run person, one of the immediate signs for that is that one or two of his shoes got knocked off. And so people have said, well, how did they come to conclude in the early going that this was a hit and run? That might have been one of the reasons. We'll see Michael Proctor and others describe that in trial. But my understanding is that as soon as they see that, now, of course, it's not.
Wait a second, bro. Wait a second. Is that a thing? Is that an actual narrative out there that, very common in hit and run cases that a shoe gets knocked off? Bro, what do you mean? Okay. I mean, I guess, maybe it's possible, but I mean, dude. Didn't they only find one of his shoes, though? Isn't one of his shoes missing or something like that? I could be wrong. I don't know. I might be thinking of something else. This dude is... Y'all in the chat kill me, bro. Seriously, you guys are the best. And the belt's gone. Oh, they found it days later. That's right. The shoe just magically showed up. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
It's not impossible that your shoe comes off in a fight, and then you get then they put the shoe out there or something like that. But when they saw that shoe off, that was something that was a very strong clue as to what had happened.
Wait. I can't with this guy, bro. Hold on, I gotta hear it one more time.
That might have been one of the reasons. We'll see Michael Proctor and others describe that in trial. But my understanding is that as soon as they see that, now, of course, it's not impossible that your shoe comes off in a fight, and then then they put the shoe out there or something.
Por
like that.
supuesto.
When they saw that shoe off, that was something that was a very strong clue as to what had happened.
Yo,
that to confirm, Kev.
My man. So let me get this straight. So these super cops, right? Because they're super cops. These super cops show up to the scene and they're like, he's only got one shoe on. Should we look for the other shoe? No, we'll give it a couple days. But he was obviously hit by a car. How do you know he was hit by the car? Well, his shoe's missing. Okay. His shoe's missing. Hey, shoe's missing. Must have been hit by a car. Okay. Very strong clue. Very strong clue as to what happened. Very strong clue for them to reach the determination that John O'Keefe was hit with a car. I love it. It's fantastic. I fucking love that logic. Huh. You're saying he only has one shoe? Fuck. He must have been hit by a car. Must have been hit by a car. How do you know he's hit by a car? He's only got one shoe. Well, where's the other shoe? I don't know. Let's not worry about that right now. Let's Let's try to figure out how we can make this seem like he was hit by a car. That's the way that comes off. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? How the fuck is somebody wearing one shoe a very strong clue that they were hit by a car? Where do you get this shit, dude? Unfucking real.
Whatever do we do? Unfortunately, Sully, I get behind reading the comments, so I don't recall what you're referring to. Has that been confirmed, Kev, or do we have to wait to hear this in court? Yeah, I'm trying to guess what he might be talking about, but I don't know. Exactly like the band and the Titanic. Yep. Dreambone Annie, welcome. Good to see you. Slatherings, great to see you, my friend. Heather, hi. Kerry. MJ says, Kevin, how do we know he's innocent? You assume you're talking about Colin, and we absolutely know that Colin was in the car. We know what time the car arrived, and we know what time it left, and it was before. So,
see, that's
MJ, please,
why,
I know
that's why you need to follow Olivia on Twitter, and because she's gonna catch things like this that I'm gonna overlook. And she's saying Kevin didn't read the court documents because Yuri Buchanik called the medical examiner's office at 10:41 to say they thought it was a domestic assault with a cocktail glass. Okay? A domestic assault with a cocktail glass. So, I mean, dude, like, this doesn't prove what Kevin's showing us here is not proof that he's just wrong. It's that he's making shit up. Okay? It's just that he's making shit up. Because there's no way that you would just come to this conclusion that, well, the fact that he was missing one shoe is a very strong indication as to, it's a strong clue. Sorry. It was a strong clue that he was hit by a car. What do you mean, bro? Like, they didn't even think that he was hit by a car initially.
this case means a lot to you, but the evidence is incredibly solid. So keep an open mind, because I hate to see good people going down on this ship anymore, because we've been manipulated by a defense team, which is something every defense team aims to do when their client is guilty. It was effective here because they had a particularly effective voice, and he's a very articulate guy. He's very entertaining. And for some reason, he has this kind of power over people where they call him daddy and things like that. So I don't know. He seems to, like any cult leader, gets a lot of people that maybe have a need or something like that to really lose their normal sense of mind about things. Nadine says blaming Colin is wrong, but I don't think these false allegations will affect him for his entire life. He should bounce back, but who knows what the effect is on anything like that on anybody. So, really nobody innocent should be accused of things unless there's at least some kind of evidence. And there's never been any evidence. Like, every witness said that Colin was not in the house. They all testified to that. And between that and the data, now I remember back at the beginning seeing this.
You mean the witnesses that all the evidence indicates that they're part of a cover-up? All of the evidence indicates that they are lying. So what do you mean, bro? Like, what do you mean? The witnesses stated that he wasn't in the house, right? But he was. We all know that he was.
I never actually believed that Colin was the guy that would have attacked John. I mean, I just don't see a 17-year-old kid attacking a cop who works with his uncle. This kid's his uncle, both his uncles were cops. So this kid respected cops. And so another cop comes into the house and he's going to attack him. Nah, never made sense to me. And they knew it wasn't going to make sense. So they had to invent the idea of there being a feud, which they did. And it's been confirmed that was Karen lying about the ring video and the whole argument with John on the lawn. With Colin was supposedly on the lawn. And it doesn't even make sense, because we know that the whole...
You mean the ring video that just all of a sudden doesn't exist, right? The ring video that the prosecution has failed to share with the defense and discovery, that ring video? What are you talking about, dude?
Whole thing happened when Chris Albert invited John. B-Tim, thank you. I appreciate the contribution. I just saw it. When when Chris Albert invited John to go out drinking with him that night.
Of course, that dickhead is throwing money at this guy. Beat him. Thank you for the contribution. Anybody else who can't think, please give me money.
So that doesn't sound like a feud, does there? And if there was a feud, why would John be bringing his nephew to Chris's sub shop? Why, if there's this great feud, are the families so close right now? John's brother Paul has become very close and kind of a mentor to Colin, and he's going to go to his first football game this fall. The family eats at Chris's restaurant a couple of times a week. So nothing about this conspiracy really makes sense. It doesn't mean people shouldn't be questioning whether evidence was properly collected and reported and all that stuff. That's an important part of every case. But to be buying into the theory so strongly, even from the start, really we shouldn't have. People need to have a little bit more understanding that it's the job of a defense team to kind of dupe people. The funny thing, so when I read an article in September by defense attorney Kevin J. Mahoney, I believe, it was an excellent article. And
it's also a great point. Thank you, Olivia. So why the fuck would it matter if John would never went inside? Why does it matter if Colin was in the house? Why would it matter? Who cares? Who cares if John was in the house or if Colin was in the house or not, if John never went in? Why would it matter?
It left an impression on me because these guys study juries. He's a top-notch criminal defense attorney. And when he said what they face is this, that when they go into court, the jury tends to assume that there's a good chance that they assume that possibly the guy on trial or woman on trial is probably guilty because they have in their mind, it's just a kind of a prejudice that the state has enough going on. Why would they be trying to convict an innocent person? Now we know that's plenty of innocent people get convicted in America every day. So I'm not naive about that. And I'm not even saying that the jurors are naive, but they just kind of start out with the idea like probably this low-paid prosecutor is probably just has the evidence, Meanwhile, on the other side is the defense team who has a client that's probably guilty, and their job is going to be to lie about it. So right away, the defense team automatically, before they have said a word, faces a little bit of a prejudice against them, a credibility issue. And so it's very important that they don't do anything to lose that credibility. So this is why I don't think you're going to see them try to accuse Jen of being part of a conspiracy to kill her friend. So I just don't see it happening. But what made me understand that was Kevin J. Mahoney's article. And
I don't know. Okay, now here's the thing. Let me explain that. Part of the conspiracy to kill her friend. I don't think that Jen McCabe, I don't know that Jen McCabe was part of a conspiracy to kill John O'Keefe. But do I believe that she's, at this point, do I believe that she's part of a conspiracy to cover it up? Totally. Right, exactly, Kimberly McGuire. I mean, how many viewers did he get? Hold on, also, he got 1,200 views on this video, and it's a day old. He was live about this time yesterday.
People in this case, for some reason, didn't have that. When I'm talking about the public that is latched onto the conspiracy theory, which is only a very small percentage of the public.
Right.
These people, for some reason,
if she Googled, which I believe she did, how long did Diane Cole at 2:27 a.m.? Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. Yeah. If she could have saved his life, then she's definitely, she's definitely, you could definitely implicate her as being part of a murder, for sure.
Normal skepticism that we would have about a defense team. I don't know why. Is it because it involved cops? Is there just mistrust of cops? Is it strictly because of Aiden? Maybe if we saw this theory presented just by the defense team,
see now
without the benefit of Aiden trying to sell
that pisses me off. Like, to even entertain that, it's that, like, me personally, I can only defend myself here, but to entertain that I am looking at this because I have some sort of hatred towards cops is ridiculous. I always support cops. Always. And I went into this very, 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 like, I was worried. I was like, man, I don't feel comfortable with this. Pretty much pretty much the way everybody else who's not talking about this case, who are credible, how they seem to be behaving right now. Because I don't feel comfortable with this narrative. But the bottom line is that it's not even the slightest bit unreasonable at this point. Considering all of the facts that we have, it is not unreasonable to think that there is some inside shit going on in the Commonwealth, inside shit going on in the Norfolk County DA's office. The shit happened outside of a cop's house, and it was a cop who died, and it is easily the worst documented investigation that I have ever seen in any case that I've ever looked at all of the I've ever looked at the documents at. I haven't even looked at every single document yet. And I don't understand a whole lot of it. Like, there's some of it that I just don't understand. But the stuff that I clearly understand, that is absolutely clear, which is evidence that was collected or handled, I mean, there's no excuse. There's no justification for how this investigation was handled, considering that it was that of a Boston police officer and outside of a police officer's house. Right, exactly. Does he trial watch? Do you watch trials, Plevin? The back and forth between prosecution and defense isn't this intense in all trials, but a fair amount. What is different from most is the actions of the Commonwealth. Absolutely. This is why we were basically saying we have never seen anything like this. I've covered trials. I've followed trials. I've never seen shit like this. I've never seen such a display of nothing to see here coming from the Commonwealth or coming from the prosecution. I've never seen that shit. That in itself is incredibly suspicious to me.
To sell it, then maybe people wouldn't have believed it. I don't really know, but people need to get back that normal and healthy skepticism that most citizens have, because they understand that just as a used car salesman is not going to tell you all the truth about that car, that a defense team has to decide how they're going to play it. They're paid the big bucks to come in an expensive suit and expensive shoes and flash you that game show host smile and spin you a tale. That's their job. They get paid the big bucks for that reason. So, I mean, you're probably not going to see somebody like Lally get those big bucks if he becomes a defense attorney. Not because he's not as smart as Alan Jackson. I'm sure he's at least as smart, but he doesn't present in that kind of smooth kind of way. Obviously, if he starts making $1 million, he's not wearing more expensive suits and stuff like that. But still, I don't see him having that kind. Alan Jackson is there because he's got that game show host persona. But a jury's going to be looking at this somewhat dubiously, so they got to be very careful. Coffee says it's a perfect motive, but the only person hasn't been attacked used by the TB theories is Higgins. I find that fascinating. Well, I mean, all summer they were saying Higgins flipped. How many times did you hear that? I mean, that came roaring out of the Gulf all the time.
So Alan Jackson is part of this defense team for his looks. Huh? Because he looks good in a suit and can smile and be like, hey, right? That's Alan Jackson's purpose in this whole thing. Right? I mean, the thing is right. Exactly, dude. Like, how can you sit there and say these things when so far the defense has absolutely controlled the narrative of every hearing that's taken place so far? Usually the prosecution will get up there and be like, this is what this is. This is why this is what this is. This is why we believe this is what this is. And this is why we intend to absolutely prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is guilty of this crime. That hasn't happened. What happens is the defense will go up there and say, why haven't we gotten discovery for this? Why haven't we gotten this? Why haven't we gotten that? And then Lolly will stand there and be like, Your Honor, I mean, all I can tell you is, so that there's something seriously wrong there. There's something seriously wrong there. Because I've never seen a defense team go this above and beyond before a trial even starts. Because it's easy. This case, this trial loses itself. This prosecution loses itself. It beats itself. The defense doesn't even have to do it. All the defense has to do is create doubt in one juror. There is way too much doubt. This is an easy case for the defense to win in trial. Easy as shit. It is incredibly easy for the defense to win this in trial. If this were to go to trial, there's way too much. So to sit here and say that Lolly is, I mean, what's Lolly doing? Is he playing possum? What's he doing? You know what I mean? Like, how is Lolly like, you know, Mr. Smart here? I mean, it's crazy to me, dude. Like, it's just crazy to me that
didn't, like, so many things that we were told, they were coming for the conspiracy, you're coming for the conspirators, and they're going to arrest people any day. None of that happened. So.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
So Kerry says,
I see Gavel Geeks, and what's up, Gavel Geeks? Hi, Jenny. Let me just put it that way. It's good to see you. I see that Dietz and Gavel Geeks are in the chat saying that Richard Allen's. Now, I'm not familiar with the Delphi case as it is right now. I haven't actually even looked into the Delphi case since those two little girls were killed. Now, my whole thing here with that is, okay, you're saying that that Richard Allen's defense team is going just as hard, if not harder. But is there as much doubt in this case? Is there as much doubt in the Richard Allen case as there is with Karen Reed? Yeah, right, Deeds. I agree with you there. I've been saying that since I first started looking at these hearings. Is they would sit there and I mean, I can tell that they, or at least they're really good at selling the idea that they truly believe that their client is innocent. You know, I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know enough about the Richard Allen case. I mean, is there as much doubt? You know, because that's my point. Like, my point being that is there as much doubt in the Richard Allen case where it's easy the way that I just said it was, whereas, and I know Sleuthy's very familiar with the Delphi as well, where it should be easy enough to just be like, I mean, sure. I mean, you want to spend millions of dollars on a trial of taxpayer money on a trial, you know, when, I mean, every single piece of evidence that that at least we're aware of right now, presented to a jury, the defense could just poke holes in it and be like, no way. I mean, like, seriously, the strongest piece of evidence, again, the strongest piece of evidence that the prosecution seems to have in Karen Reed's case is pieces of taillight in John O'Keefe's clothing. And already that's easily shut down. I can shut it down. Just because of the chain of custody of John O'Keefe's clothing. There's nothing but doubt, seemingly, in this case. Nothing but doubt.
Olivia is at one deletion, if any. Jen did not delete anything. She gave her phone up voluntarily. Karen did not. So yes, some interesting things to talk about in Carrie's comment. So we'll put it on the screen. Like I said earlier, in case you missed it, yes, Olivia did talk about one deletion. Now, does she have evidence for that, or is she speculating? I don't know. It seems like she probably has close access to Karen. And so by now, both sides have all the evidence. So if there was one deletion that was discovered through the Verizon data, maybe that's what she's talking about.
Gavel Geeks, what DNA? What DNA? I mean, that's the whole fascinating thing. Is they're saying that they found John's DNA on the taillight, on the fragments of taillight. Again, the fragments of taillight that were what? The fragments of taillight that were discovered on over the span of 5 different undocumented searches by a detective who has a personal relationship with one of the witnesses who allegedly Googled how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. the night of question. So again, right there's the doubt. Like, if you could poke holes in the DNA evidence, you don't have a case, man. You know what I'm saying? If I could poke holes in your DNA evidence, you don't have a case. DNA is always like the smoking gun. And that's what's going to make everybody in the public go, ooh, it happened to Chasey for a second. Just for a second, Chasey was like, oh, I don't know, man. John's DNA was found on the piece of taillight, but look at how the taillight was collected. And look at everything that we know about this taillight now. Look at everything we know about this so-called taillight. I mean,
I suspect maybe it is. So I suspect maybe there is one deletion. Again, I have no information on that, but it seems a reasonable thing to deduce. So Jen did not delete anything. Well, Jen definitely did not do all those deletions that Rich Green says she did. And I Rich Green is really, I don't know how much credibility he has here after all this, but he'll get work because that's his job, is to go up to some other trial in some other part of the country where nobody's heard of him and get paid a lot of money to go in and kind of look at the data and spin it a certain way and find something useful in that data. He knows what he's getting paid for. So I'm sure that there'll be either no deletions, or maybe like I speculate that maybe they find one innocuous deletion, but stacked up against all the other evidence. But like Harry correctly points out, she gave
let's analyze that real quick. So Rich Green is just going to give this detailed statement in the court documents about his findings without any intention of sitting on a stand and proving it. That's his job, is to just take things and spin them, right? That's Rich Green's not an expert. He's a hired gun to sit up there and spin things. Because he's also a liar, right? That Rich Green is going to claim that there were 17 calls made from Jen McCabe to John O'Keefe from John O'Keefe's phone. But he's not going to be able to prove this. He's going to claim this without being able to prove it. Get real, dude. Come on, man. Use your brain, bro.
voluntarily. Karen not only did not, but even once they had Karen's phone, she refused to give the password over, and it took them a very long time to get that. A very long time. It's not easy to get those. Eventually they get them, but it can take a very long time. And then when they got a warrant for her most recent phones, she obviously, well, word is that she wiped them. And my understanding is they actually could kind of see her wiping them, and they couldn't do anything about it. Heather says they know she did it. They just can't bring themselves to admit they were wrong. Yes, that's cognitive dissonance, right? It's a painful thing to realize that you believed in something and believed really fervently in it, believed in a cause, and then you find out that it was all based on manipulation. But you still, again, the same people who were sure that look, there are still people here saying that it was a dog bite. So what can you say? There's going to be people that are just going to believe it no matter what. We still have to explain the vehicle data. I went over this a little bit the last show. So recently, Eddie said that there was no event recorded on the EDS.
Let me make this real simple for you, Plevin. Like, I'm not even saying it's a dog bite. I don't fucking know. I didn't test the goddamn shit for dog DNA or test it against. The most I did was Google images of German Shepherd attacks. That's the most I ever did, right? But the thing, though, is you're saying, well, people are definitively saying that it's a dog bite. Okay, fine. I can only speak for myself. I'm not saying definitively that it's a dog bite. What I'm saying is there's no fucking way that it's road rash. There's no way that it's what the prosecution is saying it is. That's what I'm saying. I mean, unless she dragged this guy along the ground, right? That's the only way that I could see maybe broken pieces of a cocktail glass causing those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm. Maybe. But if that's the case, why is there no road rash anywhere else on his body? You're going to tell me this guy was doing a plank? You guys know what planks are? It's an exercise where you're just on your arm. So you're telling me that John O'Keefe was pulling just a solid plank while he's getting dragged underneath the vehicle, right? No road rash, no injuries to his lower body, below the waist, no injuries at all whatsoever, right? No injuries whatsoever. So I'm telling you, so far, the prosecution, whose burden it is to convince me that those were not dog bites or a dog attack, right? They're saying that it was either road rash, which it clearly is not, because where's the road rash onto the rest of his body, or it was a cocktail glass, but yet all of these abrasions that are on his arm came from a cocktail glass, right? But yet there's no other injuries to the rest of his body that are consistent with the injuries that are on his arm. Nowhere else on the rest of his body. So again, Plevin, I'm trying to tell you, dude, I'm not convinced that it's a dog attack necessarily. I'm not 100% convinced of it, but I'm definitely 100% convinced that it was not road rash and those injuries were not from a cocktail glass. There's no way. There's no way, dude.
I'm sorry, the EVD. This is the black box data from the car. Going back to the prosecution statement in September, they said the expert says there was an event trigger or triggered event. I think it was where they put it. So they're saying there is an event. So, but we really don't. We just get these little snapshot glimpses from one side or the other. So we're going to see more definitively in the trial. But just keep in mind, this data comes from Lexus. It doesn't come from the Mass State Police. So when you get to if we do get to a trial and they start going down that data and it shows that Karen hit something at that time and all the other data, there's no reason to dismiss it. Now, if the only data shows that there was no event, no collision, then that could be enough to create the reasonable doubt that she needs. But you have to look at all the other data and you have to listen to experts describe, if you just clip something, is that enough to create that event? Don't know. And you have to hear the experts talk about it. Nadine says is what Jen allegedly deleted, even material to the case. Well, maybe not. But the thing is if she, what the defense will try to drive a truck through is if she said that she deleted nothing and then they find one delete, they'll say, aha, liar, must be lying about other things. Likewise, if they find that and the prosecution's forensic data people didn't report that, then they say, aha, see, they weren't telling us the whole story. And rightly so. They should. Those are the kind of things that a defense team should point out. Now, it isn't enough. It probably isn't enough for reasonable doubt just to point that out once you see all the other evidence and put it in perspective. But who knows? That's why you have to see the whole package.
That's exactly what he means, Sleuthy. That's totally what he means. Like this whole time he's saying he's using language like, oh, well, the defense's experts, they're there to just twist things and blah, blah, blah. The prosecution's experts are the prosecution's experts. But clearly we saw in one of the Commonwealth's opposition motions that there was that the experts that they hired experts. So they're paid to say what the prosecution wants them to say, right? Fair enough. It's fair to assume that. If we're going to assume that the experts hired by the defense are paid to say what the defense wants them to say, then we could just as easily assume that the experts that are hired by the prosecution are paid to say whatever the prosecution wants them to say, right? Right, exactly, Dietz. That's what I'm saying. It's exactly what I'm saying. And I'm saying it states in one of the Commonwealth's opposition motions that they hired these experts, hired them.
Joey Diego says, let's show his comment. Says exactly that's why the court process is sacrosanct, and Free Karen Reed is making a mockery of the court process and simply wants mob rule. And well, Scott, for the $5, thank you. I appreciate it very much.
It's a garbage. It's a garbage argument because it goes both ways. It's a one-sided argument. It's a one-sided argument. Yeah, I try to see what Gavel Geeks is saying only because I enjoyed my conversation with her the other night. So her insight means a lot to me at this point. Both sides twist facts. In Murdoch, we saw glaring examples, of that. Even if it isn't the fault of the lawyers, we often get a lot of bad info pre-trial. Right. It's true. We do. That's why we need to just stick to the court documents. That's why. We can only make our opinions, inform our opinions based on factual evidence. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to have a huge impact on the way trials are conducted in the future, because now you have the potential to do this in social media. It's easy, and with data, data is potentially powerful to help the state make cases, right? Because there's data coming from all kinds of sources now. This wouldn't have happened 25 years ago, but now it's coming from your phones and all the devices that are trying to connect to each other, and from car and from
right. No, I love that argument too, because the 227 search is disproven because the old format of Celebrite states this and that and this and that. The old format. The new format, if you use the new format, well, then it will show you that the searches were not actually made at 227, but they were made at 6-something fucking a.m. or whatever. Now, okay, great. So how many convictions are going to be overturned? How many convictions based on Celebrite data using the old format are going to be overturned moving forward now? If that's the prosecution's argument. Because if I'm a defense attorney defending somebody in prison right now who's looking for an appeal or a new trial, and I hear that shit, and my client was convicted based on Celebrite data that didn't have the new format, that wasn't updated to the new format, I'm going back to trial. Right? Incredible.
And from surveillance cameras everywhere. But one thing is data a lot of times can be imperfect, and you only need to, and if you don't look at the totality of it and you just want to isolate one little piece, then you can create that aha. And that's going to happen in every case now, I think. There's always, I don't care how good the data is, there's always going to be some little aha, and they're always going to point to it. That's their job, but it's the job of the public to not get swept up by it. The jury, to a jury, it'll be explained pretty thoroughly by the prosecution, but that's why you can't get caught up in the public. Zeke from Australia says, please hit the like and check subscribed. Thank you, guys. Oh, I'm 200. All right, so I have 200 more subscribers, and I will hit 5,000. Now, I'll never have glare numbers. I'm not as entertaining. I'm not spinning bullshit. But I would love to have 5K. It feels like a meaningful threshold. I'll never hit 10, but I would love to.
I mean, sweetheart, are you feeling some type of way? You know, dude. Like, are you feeling some type of way? Jesus, man.
I'd love to hit 5, so it'd be kind of cool. I kind of keep thinking too. I'm going to get caught up to this too. Tom, if you see anybody try to highlight this or point it out to me, if anybody has another case that you think we could pick up that might be interesting to you guys, we could look at the Brian Walsh case. I haven't looked closely at, but I also do believe the evidence is compelling against him, probably. But then again, I haven't looked at it, and they never found a body. So.
Well, no, Gavel Geeks, like, you know why I don't take that personally is because I'm not up here spinning bullshit. My opinions are based on facts. This is a guy who's been spinning bullshit this entire time. So when somebody who's been spinning bullshit the entire time accuses me of spinning bullshit, I mean, what am I supposed to think here? What are you supposed to think?
So I think actually Trooper Proctor was, if not the lead investigator, one of the investigators on it. Unsafe Bot from Dave's channel, welcome. She says they have expert medical examiner will testify. Yeah. So we'll see what the medical examiner says, see if the medical examiner was influenced in any way or just made a pure decision. You know, I do think there is a human aspect to these things. They all work. This is why there is room for some doubt about things like what doctors and they're all kind of work together. So word can spread around that this is going on. It doesn't mean that the analysis is wrong. Or
one of them,
like that, but it is something to keep in mind that sometimes.
Yeah, one of them. I mean, I could. This guy. I don't know what the hell happened, but you could tell that this guy's whole thing, everybody who thinks that Karen Read is guilty, like 90% of the people that I've seen who think that Karen Read is guilty is based out of hatred for Turtle Boy, which is bizarre. It's bizarre. I didn't even want to hear shit from Turtle Boy until I knew more about this case. Then I started listening to Turtle Boy. Once I realized that Turtle Boy was actually uncovering some of this evidence, I was like, all right, now it's time to listen to Turtle Boy. Now I got to get him on my show. That's how that went down. But if you guys remember correctly, many of you were in here when I first started talking about this case. I was like, I don't want to hear shit about Turtle Boy. I'm not ready. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hear it. You know, in my eyes, he was a YouTuber and a blogger, and that's it. I don't get my facts from other YouTubers. I don't do that. I do my own research, and then I will credit other YouTubers for having fact-based opinions. That's what I'll do. But I'm not going to sit here and just be like, oh, well, you know, well, if Dietz says so, then it must be true. No. Like, I trust Dietz because Dietz does her research. I've interacted with Dietz on this platform for quite a while now. So I happen to know that she has developed credibility with me as far as that goes. But I don't base my opinions on what she says. Right. Thank you, Sleuthy. I didn't get the 911 recording first. Somebody provided me with that. I don't even know who it was. Somebody emailed it to me. Turtle Boy credited it to me. when he was standing outside the steps of one of his hearings, but I was surprised when it happened. But you know, I figured everybody had that shit already. I wasn't like exclusive 911 call. But you know, I'm not taking credit for that. I didn't have that first. Somebody just provided it to me while I was live.
Sometimes you can have a rush to judgment, and it's human nature. I've talked about it so many times on the channel that police do this all the time. They get tunnel vision on someone, and everybody starts zeroing in on it, and then it may not even be till the trial that you realize that they got it wrong. Yeah, but see, MJ, she said, all right, let's highlight it. She says dog bites will be brought up at trial, especially when the dog comes up missing, just like the basement carpet. But those things are just really matched up next to the fact that there's no dog material, no canine DNA, anything like that on the clothing. Well, that can't be explained. But the dog.
That's why the defense isn't even going to. Well, that's the thing is what was said in that hearing was that they want DNA. They want the defense was asking for DNA as part of the discovery, but that the judge specified, like, are you looking for canine DNA? And excuse me, Yannetti was like, no. But that's just because there was no testing for canine DNA. That's the only reason. It's not like they don't believe that it's not like the defense conceded that there was no dog. The defense was like, well, there was no testing for canine DNA. So, you know, the samples of his wounds were never even, they never even collected samples of his wounds, much less tested them. So, of course, like, why the fuck are we asking for dog DNA when we know that it doesn't exist? It was never tested.
The dog being given away can be explained. Carpet can be explained. My understanding is that house is in an area that is flooded regularly, and that basement has been flooded many times.
Right. The dog being given away can absolutely be explained by one and only, no one else, Jennifer Coffendorfer. Explain that shit to me. How does Jennifer Coffendorfer know the entire Chloe biography? The entire Chloe saga? Chloe the cartoon dog with her with her stick and a bandana and all her stuff in it, trekking all the way to Vermont, according to Jennifer Coffendorfer. I'm a big fan of the Chloe Disney story, thanks to Jennifer Coffendorfer. I'm a big fan of it.
Times, and a lot of damage has been done. So I'm not sure how many times the carpet was removed, but I mean, it's not that the removal of the carpet in the next year, it's not that that's meaningless. Okay. And you're looking for clues in a case to something that could be something, or it could be just incidental. But that's why you always have to look at all the other evidence. And if you have enough evidence that explains that, you have to go with the stronger evidence. Jay James says, well, if they preserved or swabbed tissue, they might have been able to tell, but that ship sailed. Yeah, but they had no reason to swab. They didn't.
Right. So yeah, let's try to charge Karen Reed and Turtle Boy for conspiring. Let's do that, but let's not question how Jennifer Coffendorfer has all this inside information on what happened to Chloe. Let's not question that, because it's the prosecution. So that's okay, right? That's okay. It's okay that Jennifer Coffendorfer has, even though she has nothing to do with this case, she's not even an active FBI agent. She's not active law enforcement, but yet, and much less law enforcement that is assigned to this case in any way, shape, or form. Let's not question how she knows all of this inside information, but let's try to charge Karen Reed and Turtle Boy with conspiracy. Conspiracy for what? Conspiring to do what? Jury tampering? A jury that doesn't exist yet? Charge Karen Reed with providing a journalist with information that she's been made aware of? I mean, what's the difference? What's the difference between Yannetti and or Jackson standing on courthouse steps talking to a bunch of journalists? How is that somehow okay versus Karen Reed privately talking to a journalist and giving exclusive interviews to a journalist? What's the problem with that? But somehow it's conspiracy. But it's not. It's not. But if you put on an opposition motion that she was talking to a journalist who's currently in jail for conspiracy and for witness intimidation, yeah, I guess it is different then, isn't it? No, it's not different. It looks different. Smoke and mirrors, my friends. Smoke and mirrors. I thought it was the defense that was supposed to provide smoke and mirrors, not the prosecution. I thought the prosecution was supposed to just provide plain and simple, indisputable proof. That's how I thought the justice system worked. I guess I was just sleeping when they said it was okay to it's just so frustrating, this whole thing. It's unbelievable.
They knew very early on that John didn't go in the house, and because they were able to get in his phone pretty quickly. So they had no reason to think that John was attacked by a dog. I don't think it was ever something that entered anybody's mind, and so they had no reason to swab it.
Okay, there's that. I love that he just verbally stated what he said in that stupid ass fucking tweet. Like, I love that he just said it out loud. Like, that's just very, very fun to me.
Dreamboat Annie, another cool name. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it'll be in. I don't think that the dog bite theory will be in. He's mine. So that John didn't go in the house, and because they were able to get in his phone pretty quickly, so they had no reason to think that John was attacked by a dog. I don't think it was ever something that entered anybody's mind, and so they had no reason to swab it.
They had no reason to swab the wounds. They had no reason to swab injuries sustained by the victim of a death under suspicious circumstances for evidence to determine how this person died. No reason to swab it. No reason to collect the sample, much less test it. Right? No reason. None. Why would you do that? Why would you swab the injuries of a police officer, a deceased police officer who died under suspicious circumstances? Again, why would you not? If you want to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, why this police officer died under suspicious circumstances and was hit by a car, why would you not test? Why would you not swab his injuries and test it for any part of a vehicle that might come up, such as any fluids that a vehicle might emit, such as any anything that the exhaust might emit, any plastics that might be on the car, any latex that might be on the car, anything. Why would you not test that? Or according to Plevin, well, why would you? Why would you? So according to Plevin, well, there's no reason. There's no reason to test for canine DNA or test the injuries at all. But if the prosecution says he was hit by a car, then I guess we should just take their word for it and say, okay, well, he was hit by a car. Got it. Glass shards, paint chips, etc. Paint from the car, for fuck's sake. Right. I'm supposed to just eat that, right? I'm supposed to just eat that they found pieces of the taillight in his clothing as evidence and be like, oh, that proves it. What about his injuries? What about his injuries? Why weren't his injuries tested? Why wasn't there at least samples taken from his injuries?
Dreamboat Annie, another cool name. Yep, I agree. I don't think it'll be I don't think that the dog bite theory will be in the trial. Coffee, Kristen says Sean is going to have a difficult day on Monday. I think there's been a lot of difficult days for Sean lately. So I'm curious. I guess Turtle Boy does his first live at 9. Are you guys planning on watching it? I can only say I'm not, but I know a lot of people who are for or against Turtle Boy will be watching it. And that's just the nature of the beast for that thing. So myself, the Celtics are playing the New York Knicks. It's a game.
What a hater, bro. Guy, like, he wears his heart on his sleeve for sure, dude. Like, what a hater. Olivia, I think the trial is still happening. I do. I think the trial is still happening. And I explained earlier why I think the trial is still happening. It was probably before you showed up. But I think the trial is still happening simply because I can't fucking make any sense of any of Beverly Canone's decisions that she's made throughout this entire case. I can't make sense of any of it. Because, again, I don't know what... right. And the Commonwealth just can't let it go. And I think that it's up to Auntie Bev to decide whether or not this goes to trial, right? It's up to her to decide that. But so far, I mean, I'm not seeing anything that indicates to me that she's capable of making a sound decision in this case. So I mean, it shouldn't even have gone this far. With everything that's been going on, why have they not provided discovery to... Why has the Commonwealth not provided discovery to the defense? Why have they failed to do that consistently? And on top of that, why has Beverly Canone just let this shit happen? Even if she makes decisions ordering them to provide it, why has she not put any pressure on the prosecution to provide this moving forward? Why has she not been like, hey, I gave you this much time to provide this? I mean, we need in order for the defense to effectively defend their client, they need the discovery. They need all pieces of discovery. They need all the evidence that the prosecution has. Why have you not provided this? And when they fail to do so, why has she not taken any action? Because, yeah, she orders it, but once they go, well, Your Honor, we don't have it. She goes, okay. Next hearing is at this date. This is what she does. So I have no reason to think that Beverly Canone will make a sound decision tomorrow saying, oh, yeah, this can't go to trial. Unless the findings of the U.S. Attorney's Office is so overwhelming, unless it's so overwhelming that she just has no choice but to call this and be like, enough is enough. But it all rests on whether or not this goes to trial, all rests on what the U.S. Attorney's findings were. That's it. That's it.
Game it starts at should be starting right about now, actually. The Knicks, for any of you sports fans that are out here, the Knicks are considered maybe the next best team in the East right now. So very good chance the Knicks and the Celtics will be in the Eastern Conference Finals. They made some trades that really strengthened them a couple weeks ago. So this could be a really good game tonight. Unsafe. So this is from Laura. She's talking about how did John end up 12 feet from the road? I mean, and we talked about it a lot of times. There's different things that you can look at it. But the thing about that is, so a hit and run does by a vehicle at a high speed, which is supposedly was 24 miles an hour, that will move a body very far. There's an awful lot of physics going behind that 2-ton vehicle at 24 miles an hour. But you can also look at some other things too. Again, just common sense. People should have been asking this a long time ago. Who kills someone in their own house and then deposits the still living body, but presumably about to die body on their own lawn, 12 feet from the street? So you couldn't even, I mean, if you're going to, you wouldn't, first of all, you make the body go away. But first of all, you make sure the guy's dead. So
to make it look like they were hit by a car, maybe, but they failed to do that properly. Now, see, if Plevin was actually trying to find real reasons why you would question this, because I'm going to look at this. I'm going to look at this as unbiasedly as I can every single time. So 12 feet from the road, right? I would argue if I was Plevin and had my common sense, I would argue that he was found 12 feet from the road because he wasn't actually dead when they found him. He was pronounced dead when they found him, or when he got to the hospital. So it's perfectly possible that he was hit and then crawled his way to the point in which they found him in the yard. It's very simple. Like, I'm not going to sit for that reason. I'm not going to question why he was found 12 feet from the road. Right away, I'm going to go, well, he could have just crawled there. He could have made his way, tried to make his way back to the house to get help, and just didn't have any more in him to do it, and only made it that far. So, I mean, well, no snow under him as well. Again, if I was Plevin, I would make this argument as far as no snow being under him. Well, body heat, his body heat could have actually melted the snow. Right? I mean, so don't accuse me of not looking at this unbiasedly, because I'm trying to I still want to eliminate cops from being responsible for this. I absolutely do. I do not like the idea of corrupt cops. It scares the shit out of me. It bothers the hell out of me. I don't enjoy the idea of a conspiracy. I do not enjoy it. It bothers me. It bothers me. It's painful to me. So the second that there's a smoking gun that makes Karen Reed guilty to me, I'm going to be like, well, fuck, I was wrong. Karen Reed's guilty. She did it. You know, because as this moves on, I'm still going to look at and question everything that both sides are saying. 12 feet from the house? Well, he could have crawled there. Maybe he didn't die immediately. We know he didn't die immediately. So 12 feet from the house? That makes sense to me. No snow underneath his body? Body heat could have melted it? That makes sense to me. There wasn't that much snow on the ground. But his phone, if he's lying on his back and his phone being found underneath him, well, that bothers me. Because I can't think of a scenario that would have happened. Because I could see if he was found on his stomach, laying face down, how his phone, because he would have been like this, maybe. He could have been like this, maybe, when he got hit by a car. And then landed on his phone, sure. But how it got behind him and he was laying on his back, no idea. Doesn't seem to add up.
So he can't be revived and report on you. Second of all, you make the body go away, no body. It's almost always no crime. And third of all, if you feel like you have the body out there somewhere and you want to try to make it pretend like it was hit and run, which would be the only thing.
Not always. I am totally convinced. I am absolutely convinced. Because first of all, there was no body. Joe Clyde Daniels his body was never found. And his father was still convicted under very similar circumstances as Adam Montgomery. But I am totally convinced that based on the evidence that they collected from Gannon Stauch and his investigation, had they never found Gannon Stauch's body, they would have still convicted Letitia Stauch. There was still an overwhelming amount of evidence that she killed him. There was too much blood. So all you really need is a good amount of blood. That's all you really need. So, I mean, no body, no crime is bullshit. That's a perpetrator's excuse for, or a perpetrator's way of thinking because they watch too many movies. And they say, oh, well, no body, no crime. No, that's why we have forensics. That's why we have forensics. West Boys, Montgomery, Walsh, there's more. Exactly, Dietz. Exactly. So the no body, no crime concept is just something used by perpetrators who watch too many movies and think that that's how they're going to get away with murder.
Thing you'd be trying to do. You put it in the street. You don't put it 12 feet onto your own lawn. So someone named M1962 says 11 people watching this, now 10. I don't know where you're seeing that, but I'm seeing 137. So, but keep in mind, this is streaming on multiple different channels. So, and it's probably more than 137, 140. It's actually up to 140 now because you will, on Twitter, those numbers don't usually count. And eventually they get thousands of views. But I'm happy to have a small, intelligent audience that's willing to discuss these cases. Unsafe plots.
This guy's counting all his numbers, but he doesn't care about the numbers.
She'd like to know what kind of DNA was on the taillight. Was it blood, skin, skulls? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that. I guess they matched it to John, but I don't know. I don't know if they can tell that from DNA. But they must be able to tell something. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. This is all speculative. Nobody knows anything, including you, Kevin. Well, I tell you what I know, and I tell you what I don't know, and I tell you what I'm speculating, and I tell you what is the basis of my speculations. So that was a half hour ago. So hopefully, I don't know if Joey's still here, but there are things I know and there are things I don't. But we're looking at the evidence and analyzing it. So we can look at the evidence and say there was no dog attack. All right, let's get to. Let me skip. If I skipped over some questions here, I'm going to try to go skip all the way ahead to the.
Here's the thing, though. Let's just say there was no dog attack. Okay. Prosecution still doesn't have enough to convict Karen Reed. Not even close. You take the dog completely out of it, it doesn't matter, Plevin. It doesn't matter. The prosecution doesn't have any solid, beyond a reasonable doubt evidence to convict Karen Reed. There's too much doubt. I'm barely forming my opinion. How often do you guys hear me bring up the dog? I almost never bring up the dog. Because, like I said, take the dog out of it, there's still an overwhelming amount of doubt. Still. I approach these things thinking like a juror. And if I'm a juror, fuck the dog. Give a fuck about the dog. Like, you don't have enough to convict Karen Reed. There's not even close to an amount to convict Karen Reed. None.
To the end. Because I try to answer all the questions, but I can't really do it. And kind of want to go. So let me skip to the end. All right. So I am now at the end. So if I've missed a question, please ask it now. Unsafe bot. They knew Karen dropped him off, so they couldn't make him disappear. Yeah, but again, then why not leave him on the street? Okay. It just, you wouldn't do that. And why not make sure he's dead so he isn't revived? I mean, just do you watch The Sopranos when Anthony killed Christopher? Just stop him from breathing, and it leaves no evidence. You know, Jay, are Dave and Kevin still on talking terms? Every day. We talk every day.
Wait, what?
He's a very good friend, and just sure he's dead so he isn't revived. I mean, just do you watch The Sopranos when Anthony killed Christopher? Just stop him from breathing, and it leaves no evidence. You know. Jay, are Dave and Kevin still on talking terms? Every day. We talk every day.
Yeah, just stop him from breathing, and it leaves no evidence. I mean, of course. I mean, if you guys want proof of what I'm talking about, just reference a fictional TV show from HBO. That's all you got to do. Just stop him from breathing. You know? Just hold his nose. There's no such thing as fingerprint evidence or fractures that might take place, or septum or nasal injuries that might take place, or no, there's nothing like that. You know, just you know, if you want to kill somebody and never get caught, hold their nose. I can't with this guy, bro.
He's a very good friend, and that's all I have to say.
I haven't even watched this yet.
Talking about the DNA. Yeah, I mean, I love.
You guys know I like reactions. I had no idea. That's how sure I was that this was going to be what it is. All I had to do was pull this shit up and play it with you guys live. And I knew this guy was going to fucking make an ass of himself. I fucking knew it. Why? Because every time he does this. I've been covering Bullhorn Betty for God knows how long. Same method used with her. I'll be like, never even watched this video yet. I have nothing to talk about, guys. You guys want to go over some Betty videos? And then I'll play a Betty video and I'll be like, there it is. That's all you have to do. Betty is a fountain of content. This guy is now becoming the new Betty. A fountain of content. It's all you have to do.
I wish we had better, you go to Court TV and you always hope that there will be better experts on there, and they never are. But I mean, I want to know what the experts say about DNA and stuff like that. And it just seems like I've searched on YouTube and things like that. It's really hard to find it, I'm not sure what that's about. So are there any other cases that you guys want us to look into? Is there anything else that interests you? I do a regular show with Bill Noguera.
Is there any other cases you guys want us to look into? Because we know that the Karen Reed case is going to get thrown out, even though I'm not convinced it's going to get thrown out, at least not until trial. I'm not 100% convinced that tomorrow it's just going to be all over. But I hope so. But I don't think so. But, since are there any other cases? I mean, I'm not here for the numbers. I'm just here to, talk about all kinds of true crime. No, bro, you're on this for a hate campaign, and now you're seeing that the walls are closing in on your logic and your sense of logic. That your smile and your bullshit that you spew out with nothing based to it is now being exposed, and now you want to move on. Now you're trying to kind of ease your way out of this. But don't worry, Plevin. When this is all over, everybody's just going to forget all about you. Don't worry about it.
Who is serving a life sentence, was on death row for 40 years. He's now serving a life sentence. He was in San Quentin, and he's going to be bringing us some unsolved cases. He has helped solve one very big unsolved case, and there's going to be a documentary on this and a book and stuff like that. But I really, there are other cases that he can bring some insight into, so we can always get something from him. But see what if there's some other cases you guys are interested in, please let me know. Jane is mentioning the Maura Murray case. Okay, yeah, we can definitely do that. I did a lot of research into that, did a series on my channel, but I haven't looked into it since.
Come on, man.
I can tell you, I know people have different feelings about this, but you can find...
Leave something sacred, bro. Come on, leave the Maura Murray case alone, please, dude. Oh, it's so frustrating. Mystery Maven lawyer, she had Maura Murray's sister on her channel. So if you see a hashtag that says engage with empathy, that was started by Maura Murray's sister, and the whole point is to not start throwing insane accusations at loved ones and family members without any proof. The whole point is to consider the people who are emotionally affected by the case you're following.
Find really good in some of certain cases. If you're careful, you can find really good information on Reddit, believe it or not. So we can look at Reddit and find out a lot of information on there. You have to be careful with Reddit information, but the good thing about Reddit, actually, if you're in one of the good forums, is that
what's
if somebody
going
puts up something
on?
That's bullshit.
I haven't seen her in a minute. I've seen her pop up in chats once in a while, but I don't know what happened to Mystery Maven lawyer. I really enjoy her insight, but I don't know what happened to her.
It'll either get deleted or the people that know more will just jump in and say, no, that's impossible, that kind of thing. So I have found Reddit, for at least for some of the cases, to be excellent. So we could do something. I think I like the Maura Murray idea. We should do something like that. And I think that would be a good one to do. And it's definitely a huge mystery, still unsolved. So Caitlin thinks it's been covered to death, though. So I don't know what you guys think. Give me some more feed. Let's discuss some more ideas. We're not going to get anything new on Maura Murray. So but the odds of us getting anything new on anything is pretty slim. You never know; it could happen, but it has happened in the world of true crime that a true crime show or a true crime community like this can help solve a case. So me and Dave were getting a lot of tips this summer about other cases and that kind of thing.
Okay, gotcha.
It's already led to some interesting information. So in terms of solving a case, no, I'm not claiming that, but there was a lot of really interesting stuff that was coming our way.
Sorry about that, guys. Okay, he's just done here. Uh-oh. Hold on.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Michelle Brooks, appreciate the super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the support, guys. I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. We had fun. Basically, in a nutshell, I hope that the U.S. Attorney's findings are enough to dismiss this case. But if it goes to trial, then it goes to trial. But I have no reason, based on the actions of Auntie Bev throughout this case, I have no reason to believe that she would just dismiss this case at this point. So, but yeah, I will be streaming the trial tomorrow. I already have the live set up,
So go ahead and click on that and give it a like if you want. And thank you for liking this video. And you see Clubber over here? See, look at Clubber. Just saying hi. Hey, Clubber. So I appreciate you guys. And real quick, I got to tell you guys, this stream put me over 24,000 subs. And that means a lot. That's awesome. Turtle Boy hit 50,000 yesterday, and today I hit 24,000. And you guys are fucking fantastic. I am so grateful for you guys. Seriously, you guys are just great. Thank you guys for all your support and hitting the like and subscribing and all that jazz that comes with being a YouTuber. I appreciate it. You guys are fantastic. I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.